What's good, guys? Holy shit, I got in here at the last possible minute. Not really, I was 6 minutes late, but it could have been worse. Believe you me, it could have been worse. It could have been way late. Ha! 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 We got some subtle tunes going. We got some of that going. Open up ZZZ. We are continuing with the grind. Alright, that's going. Good. Fluff says, tried the 3 flavor cocktail. It tastes fine, but has a flavor overload where nothing really stands out. Oh, really? You tried the 3 thing? Oh, dang, okay. Weird. Mix 1 scoop of Suka Splash, vibrant pink, with 2 scoops of soda disappear. Sorry. Was that because depression was soda? I don't know what the fuck it is. Anyway, blue powder, color mixed. Most of it turned into like a mud color when I found you mixing colors. Does not pan out per se. That's going. Also, that is louder than I thought it would be. There we go. Boom. And then this. Ha 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 ha. Oh, Minecraft just fucking subscribed to our channel. Minecraft Sweat. Hello. How are you on Twitch? Thank you for the subscription. Yeah. I have not drank a lot of coffee today. Why aren't you jumping in and playing? Loading the game server. Please wait. Logging in. Good. This didn't give me the symbol that I was looking for. Oh, that's why. Oh, sweet heaven help me. Uh-oh. Yep, I will need to log in to the game normally. Yuck. We have to back out and jump back in, I think. Sorry, gang. Do-do-do-do-do-do. What's good, Minecraft Sweat? Thank you so much for the script sub. I appreciate this so much. So I'm talking some shit. I have been in my talking to family mode, which is being very, very quiet, which is very like silent to myself, as I am. And going from that, where you're basically a hermit, to talking is a whole gambit. Let me tell you. Is the game sound coming through? I think so. Also, dude, I was getting eviscerated by the smoke. Do you guys ever like hang out by like a campfire and for like you're just the magnet for smoke and it's just smashing you in the fucking eyes and you're like, leave me alone. What did I do to you? Here's my dumb face. Ha! What's good, ladies and gentlemen? Hot damn. What a day. Oh, my nose. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, all right? Have any of you here watched a little wholesome show? It's just like the sweetest thing on the planet called Prison School, okay? Have any of you partaken in such a wholesome venture such as that? I realize with this seat, I can't quite like put my sweater on because it's so square and blocky. I feel like I'm getting 16 sounds here. We're getting like wub-wubs in combination with like soft music, and it's throwing me for a loop. Oh, Lo just subscribed, resubscribed, I should say. Been subscribed for motherfucking 51 months. Jesus Christ, Lo, thank you so much. Lo and always popping in here saying 51 motherfucking months. God of Waifus has arrived. Once again, blessed your pose for Caesar. Well, we're not quite there yet. Caesar's not here ready to rip yet. But Wednesday, or I think it's Tuesday. Tuesday will come a time. Boti says, I made progress, major progress with my isekai. Ooh, hit me with it, Boti. Hit me with it. Did I pull up our text-to-speech? I did. Boom, and then boom. Both of them are pulled up. Good. Yes. Fluff says, so I think the pale green of pear flavor neutralizes the single scoop of cherry. Ooh, weird sour cherry. That's surprising. I would have thought the sour cherry kills the pears taste, because I feel like pears is pretty neutral, you know. Lone says, when I was first getting into anime, really into anime. Really heavy Prison School was one of the first ones I watched. This describes so much, Lone, about you. But I will say, I watched a video because it popped up in my sub feed, my like suggestion feed, which is basically like why Prison School never had a second season, because it was like one of the really popular shows, and it was kind of risque, but still for how popular it was, it should have probably had a sequel. And then I went down like a rabbit hole with that video of a person describing like, okay, this is what happens after season 1 of this iconic, like really raunchy show. And it was apparently the ending is like awful. Like the show is built on the premise, which I kind of feel bad for the author, because I kind of get where he's coming from, probably, where the show is built on the premise of like subverting your expectations. Like whenever you think this is going to happen, guess what? Left hook, boom, this is the thing now. You weren't expecting that, were you? But it kind of makes sense given like the lead up. The ending does have that same context, like where it kind of makes sense given the lead up, but it kind of goes to tell you that like just because you have like, you know, the start of your story and the beginning of your story, if your end of your story, the ending of your story has you basically like reducing the main character in like a negative way, especially when your story is like fucking 250 chapters, most people are pissed. You know, if you have like a negative or bad ending, it's just like, what the fuck did I spend so much? Like, yes, it made sense given like the tropes of the manga, but apparently it was bad. And after saying it makes me like it's one of the endings where you hear about it, you're like, oh, I don't want to watch the show. It's the most funny manga you've ever read. I still don't want to read it because it ends in like a shitty nightmare hell. So like, why would I subject myself to that? Anyways, I want to bring that up because I was like, oh yeah, it's a cool video I watched. So, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you are confused about our rambling, this is Sunday's stream, Saturday stream, so we tend to do a lot more talking and just shooting the shit, although we do that every stream, really. But today, we're going to be trying to make some good effort into getting more gems, currency, so that we can then pay for a variety of things. In fact, I think actually we can finally upgrade.
Let me finish my
our girl.
Which alias should I use?
Is it her? Or is it somebody else? I was making progress, and now have forgotten what it was. I think it was her.
Be my research
was
subject.
it this, or was it leveling up her whole kit, or was it leveling up her? It was leveling up her. Why did I do that? Why was I leveling up you opposed to all the other people? I think it's because I was trying to make my first team kind of decent. Oh, I don't know. We could try it. I mean, I don't really have another stunner, so it's like it's pointless for me to not spend that on you. So yeah, but it is a lot of money, and I just did it without even thinking. Okay, great. Well, guess what? We get one wish.
Are you okay, Stefan?
Let's see. We have 2 wishes. Never mind. What would happen? Lone says, when I was finished getting... Oh, we got an A rank. What is it? It's a weapon. It is the A engine Slice of Time, which is good for what? Excuse me, sir. What are you? You are a penetration ratio. That could not be bad for our one character. Also boosts her chain attack, which could be pseudo good for Rena. I don't know. Neat, I guess. I don't know what's good, so I don't really... Yeah, it's a waste on me. But hey, Lone says, so Bolty, are you getting an animation or something? Are you getting into animations? No, I don't think Bolty's just doing what I'm doing, which is, I mean, Bolty both like stories a lot, and it's just, I think it's just a fun, I don't know anyone who, like, if someone was telling you about, like, their kind of world that they were creating, like, especially people who watch anime constantly, I feel like everyone has thought about, like, well, if I was in this situation, I would do this. But then it's, like, extrapolating on that and giving yourself a challenge and being like, okay, well, how would I make, like, a meaningful story where, like, the character goes through ups, downs, what's, like, the main villain, what are my, like, what is my limitations, how am I boxing myself in? I think that's why, like, some of the best stories are pretty cookie cutter in the anime community, where it's, like, isekai, because it's just a great, like, boxing in framework that forces you to only work with this in this, like, tight medium, so you can kind of, like, let your brain ramble. But let us burn our resin first. So then it bears the question, what do we spend our resin on? But we might as well spend a coffee to get that going. Yes. I have not enough coffee in my system for it being this late in the day. Fluff says, I did 2 scoops of pear, 1 scoop of cherry. I see, so that could overwhelm. That makes sense. Also, I will say, like, I kind of get what you're saying, because I have that Misfit melon, and holy shit, that melon taste is so, like, fucking polluted and shit that it robs anything else you're making, you know what I mean? Not good. Not a good. I feel like I should start leveling up my Caesar, but just so we're not completely a lying bitch, we're going to spend 2 on disk drives, and then we're going to spend it on whatever the hell, probably like Defender materials, mats, because that's what we're going to need to level up Caesar, if we're lucky enough to get her. Oh. Also, I am dehydrated for sure. Fist and gun. Oh, Fluff says. To finish that off, since there's pear is usually more mild of a flavor, sour cherry less so. But for the coloring, it seems to be neutral. Weird. Okay, so the colorations, I think, what I missed. Gotcha. Huh. Also, I have a hangnail, and it's gonna drive me nuts. Damn it. Do I reek of smoke? It's terrible. I'm kind of worried about like, putting my sweater that's covered in the smoke scent on my new chair because this is going to stank. Gonna be stank. Also, I should level up my my Bangbu guy. I think I need to destroy more of my Bangbus that I have to make it materials for that level up. I don't know.
Lone Syndicate said if you want to farm a 2-piece for Caesar, I'd recommend either 2-piece impact or 2-piece physical.
Understood.
2-piece what? 2-piece physical or 2-piece impact? I'll probably impact. But no, it might be physical, at least for now, because I don't have much going for me. And supposedly Caesar is kind of just like one of them plug and play and benefit, you know. Like I don't think she's very like relentless as far as what she needs. Especially if we're having a C6 of the one guy, of the Wolf Boy guy. I think he kind of helps make it so that she's less gluttonous because what do you call it? He basically does like increased stun damage when he hits his E or something like that when you have max constellations. And just goes good to impact, so hopefully it'll kill things he hits instead of stunning them completely. But yes, one more of these, and then we'll stop, and then we'll work on defense frames so that again, if we're lucky enough to get her, Caesar will be ready to rip. Again, I can't. I mean, I guess I feel like what do you call it? Lone said I think he's prepped for Caesar. He's pretty progressed. He's like really right there. Got it basically. Achieved most of the things he needs, I think. For Caesar, but again, I think it's because I'm just a couple weeks off. Like I feel like after, I think I need 2 more weeks to kind of like complete my teams, and then I think I'll be ready to rip. But it's still just apparent that it's like, yeah, we still need so much to get done. The part of me is like curious, like how did Lone like stop leveling up his primary team, or did you just have your team like locked and loaded first? I don't know exactly, but I bet that's how it happened. This, switch to you, kick. Also, if I look a little squinty, it's because I was just getting blasted by smoke for like 2 hours, or I was sitting there going, just trying to like get the smoke and ash out of my face. Again, I don't know what it is. In this world, ladies and gentlemen, if it just like a cat, when you throw it up in the air and spin it around and shit, it will always land on its feet. If I'm near a campfire or if I'm outdoors and there's mosquitoes or smoke, it's just like a magnet for hell, and it's a not good. It's real bad actually. It's like, oh God, why? What's with my blood type or some shit that made this happen? We are going to go to get defensive agent promotional gear. The one that looks like a shield, I would assume. Do this. Good to go. Free chat a little bit. Lone says, Monster Muse being the very first anime I watched during that time.
One Syndicate said the only thing you're missing are the weekly boss mats. Also, Grin, do keep in mind to save your weekly boss attempts for the new boss, and I basically have both of my teams lock and loaded.
So I still need to deplete all of my boss fights for this week, but then we reset on Tuesday, which shouldn't that reset? So then I'd spend that on that, right? Does that make sense? Right? Do we have access to her? Oh, I can actually look, I guess. I was gonna say this. We have this. So this is the okay. So an unknown boss that we don't know, and an unknown small boss. So yeah, we're both boned. We don't know the unknown small boss, and we don't know the unknown big boss. So we are basically stunned when it comes to that. The good news is I do think there are like the resin refreshes that we can do. I think in this game. So I think there's that. So we can kind of get alive. But yeah, I think for my Caesar, she'll have to have physical just for right now, and then eventually we'll go with impact. Although I thought she had like a new set that was designed for her, like a new artifact set. That's why it's like, you can't really prepare for her. But I guess the 2-piece physical would be like the best, worst case scenario. You know, it's funny because I kind of think it's stupid. Like I think, again, if I was playing meta, I think the two things you need is an attacker and a stunner, and that will take care of you forever. So if you can find some sort of like. In fact, I'm curious if there is like a class or like a disc run that you can do that is both like impact driven and also like fire based. So if you have like a fire character, in the same way that we're playing.
Said, one other thing you unlock from the trust events is the ability to have the character promote the store for you, daily Denny's and matching elemental materials.
Oh, I didn't know that. The other thing that unlocks the trust event is that the abilities have characters promote the store for you, daily Denny's, and matching elemental materials. Well, fuck. That's actually really worth it. That feels a little bad. I didn't know that. What's good, Cat? Cat says, Mr. Grin, it is good to see you well. It's good to see you well, buddy. How have you been? We talked to each other a couple days ago, no? Or is that another cat that we see? Another thing is Cat. I loving that cat, alright? And I think that's great. That's super good. I tell you guys that we, what do you call it? A fucking squirrel died horribly by climbing up our fucking, like, lightning pole. And it just makes me feel bad.
What a pain.
Also, like, stop. Why are you climbing up a telephone pole? And this. Dang it, both of you today? I can't.
Sound the victory fanfare. I finally got C6 set.
Ooh, you got C6 set? Hot damn, not Lone Fluff, that was Fluff, right? Yeah, goddamn. That is hype, man. You wanted Seth real bad. That's awesome. Is that guy also stunned? He was, but I'll just do what it is. Rip him to shreds.
Take this.
Congratulations, Fluff. C6 Seth. You'll have to let me know because I feel like you're gonna have more. Like you're gonna be able to build them faster than I am because I'm still like again. If we're lucky enough to get the girl that is beautiful and the best called Caesar, then yeah, we'll see. That's not good. It's really not good. It's so not good. I feel inflamed. Like my nose. I think it's because I was sucking down smoke, so my nostrils are just like, I'm trying to block the smoke from coming into your nostrils because it's bad. What's good, Nog? Nog says, oh, what?
Lone Syndicate said, don't worry, Grin, you're gonna get Caesar.
Lone, we need to try something else, okay? Every time you said we were gonna get her, it's been bad. Okay? I need you to be like, yeah, right. Good luck, bitch. Or something. We need to change it up because this has been our strategy the last couple times, and it's been bad. Okay? Nong says, oh, hell incarnates
McFlufferkin said C6 Seth
what,
reveals a lynx cat nibbling on Seth's shoulder. Totally worth it.
You're not that late, Nong. We had a later stream today at 3 p.m. because, yes. C6 Seth reveals a lynx cat nibbling on Seth's shoulder. Totally worth it. What? Oh, I didn't know. That's super cute. Let's check that out in a minute. Let's rock. Hell, I've never seen that word. It's such a big word. Hell incarnations? Hell incarnations? Is that right? Jesus. What a whole ass sentence. That should be enough. I want to switch.
I'll take you.
Trash. I will say that is the only thing
Like
that's bad about the
Syndicate,
Limbo.
technically, every time I have said that we did get the character. It may have took a while, but we got in.
What'd you say? You say, in the end, we got her, Grin. I mean, yeah. I prefer if you guys didn't spend your fucking mortgage something on my goddamn game, but hey.
Take this.
Technically, eventually get her. Technically, I only got my ass handed to me a little bit. It's like, okay, it was still a loss, but sure. Every time I said that we would get, we did get, I will say, Lone If is anything but a liar. I will give it that. Also, sorry while I eat some a handful of 5 almonds because it helps balance out
hallucinations.
What is it? Oh damn! I wish she said it again, or it said it again. It's hallucinations. Gotcha. I've never seen that word written down like in my head ever. I also don't read a lot. Why? I just I do. I don't know why. I usually see things like fantasy or something. I don't see like big ass. They know. It's like when you're watching it, when you're reading manga, it's like there's only so much space, and if this bubble gets any bigger, yeah. Yepper says, Nong, what you been playing these last couple days? What you been getting after? Okay. And we burnt all of our resin. We did. Now, we will partake in doing my weeklies real quick. Because, yeah, I forgot to do that. So to be clear, Lone, I can spend my 3 weekly rewards now because it's going to reset Tuesday anyway, right?
And you wanna be my research subject?
We need claws. Yeah, it's fine. The claws is not nearly as bad as this fucking asshole. Is it? No, maybe it's someone else. There's someone else who needs some like super annoying shit. Is it Seth?
Lone Syndicate said it resets Monday, but yes, you can.
Monday, sorry, not Tuesday. Sorry, yeah. Nog says, "Can you bank them, Grin? Might be worth it. Might be what or what? Can I bank what? BG3 mostly.
McFlufferkin said my friend
Wolf,
helped me grind out super credits for the latest Helldivers 2 Warbond, chemical agents. Gas-based effects now confuse and weaken enemies.
That's cool.
My friend brings the heat, I sow chaos.
You're just gassing people? War crimes? You know, Fluff, war crimes Fluff is what we call them. Nog says, bank your roll the rest Monday. I don't think you can. Yeah, no, I don't think you can bank your boss attempts. I don't think. Yeah, no, you can't bank them. I know. I agree, boo. All no bullshit, Reed. Alrighty. It sucks, but I think we need to fight the damn dancer, which I hate. Is this the dancer? It's the grip one. Please don't tell me it's the dancer. The dancer is by far like the worst fight, with like the sharpest skill ceiling thing ever. Like every boss is a baby, and then they're like, "What if I just told you to go fuck yourself?" And they're like, "Oh, great." No, this is the dancer. Oh, thank God. Thank God. The twins are the worst. They're like, I get it's weird because they have a special gimmick where you have to kill both of them at the same time in order to kill them quickly. But then they also have a fucking gimmick where they're like, they have double the health of these fuckers and everything else. So it's just like, what the hell? Speaking of, I think I need to do your monthlies, or weeklies, I'm sorry. Make sense? Get it done. I bit the fuck out of my lip just then. Ow. This is my team. Let's rock. What's good, Raid? Raid says, hiya. I'm a little late. I got distracted. No, it's all good. I also got a little bit distracted. And by that I mean not really. I was at my niece's party. Man, my what is it called? My brother's wife she is such a good party thrower. Essentially, she like comes up with games for the kids to play like constantly at my nephew's like birthday party, where it's like there's a game where it's just a bunch. It's pretty cheap. It's just like a bunch of baskets, not baskets, like fucking buckets, just like a bunch of like home hardware buckets essentially. And she just goes in there and puts down like a couple chocolate bars in each of them, and then gives them a basketball and says like make it into the thing. The basketball can like barely fit in one of the buckets by itself, so it's pretty difficult for them to do it. So they just do that for like fucking 20 minutes. Then they're like, okay, great. Now she puts a bunch of these like like snow cones essentially. Well, she puts like a little piece of paper in them, and she puts it on the ground, and they have to smash the snow cone, which is fucking awesome because kids are violent by nature. So then they smash the snow cone. They pick it up, look at it, and it says, congratulations, you won a candy. So then they get a candy, or it says like, until you come back and do it again, you have to hop, like bunny hop essentially. So the kids are like bunny hopping for the whole time when they're waiting in line. They're bunny hopping, super cute. And then what is it called? Well, there's one other one where it was like she filled up the trampoline with like a full of balloons, just like really good stuff. Like as a kid, you're like, that's awesome. That would be amazing. Just something to direct like a bunch of kids' focus because they're all monsters essentially. Also, we run a timer. Okay. Oh no! This is a bad time to chat.
Out of the way.
Also, the weekly bosses are actually not nothing.
Huh?
Like this one's fine. It's the other one that's a real son of a bitch.
Alrighty.
Parry trash. I'm ready for our Caesar gal. Parry twice. Again, there's a limit to how much you can parry. This is an unfortunate feat. I do want to keep
at your service.
Serena just chop. Nope.
Take this.
You a little more E. Stop. It's like, do you want to switch to your other characters and do less damage? I think you do. And I'm like, no. I would prefer if you stop everything that you were doing just now. I didn't mean to switch. I'm going to do this. Now I can switch. We want to do this.
Tread carefully.
Oh, a little closer. And then them stacks. Dodged. Not dodged. That hurt a lot. Oh! That hurt a lot. Yeah. We'll do this. A little bit of a wave. Nope, that's good. There's so much going on.
Get lost.
We can still build up stacks when we're fighting this boss. It's good, we'll do this. Just keep mailing. Keep mailing. We load up this to be primed so that we can get after it. Dodge that, bitch. Dodge that. I thought it did. It did not give it to me, though. I dodged it! How dare you! Parry! I don't want to do that. I want to do this. And I think it's stunned.
Let's hurry it up.
No, I want to switch to you, then you, then this.
Shark
And
nummy.
then we go. That was right. Yeah, we do have the elemental damage. Good stuff.
I knew this wouldn't be easy.
Oh, now we need to build it up again. Go, Oni girl! Tank that shit, you're a king!
Incoming.
Oh, come on! Double hot diggity! I need just a little bit more! There, hold this. This was overkill. I probably could have just meleeed a ton and that would have killed you. Damn. boss fight thing a lot. It's just like chopping wood. You're just like bang, bang, bang. God damn it, still haven't come down yet. I don't think it's worth stunning them again. I think that's like, you're probably better off just chopping with the Verena, or not Verena, Ellen, sorry, and then just going to town. I might do the rest on my time, because that was quite the mind sink. I couldn't pay attention to nothing besides that. Let me catch up on everything. Well, he did say he was working on his story, or progressing with his thing, but didn't give me anything else besides that. No, I asked questions, so he's just like still cooking with it. Lone says there's no bank in it. That would be a nice feature though. Weekly bosses are only 3 per week. Raid said, hi, was a little bit late. Speaking of, I think I need to do mine. Raid said, hi, Lone. Cat said, imagine them calling you Uncle Grin. No, they don't do Uncle Grin. Oh, my eyes. They don't call me Uncle Grin. They call me like they don't say anything. I'm so quiet. I'm like silent in the corner, like, hello. That's it. I wish I was better, but it's just my nature of how I am. Oh, my eyes are so fucking not good.
McFlufferkins said, I know it's a long ways off, possibly not until after version 2.0. But I keep theorizing what the virtual idols will be.
Ooh.
I feel Twin Mace is Ether Stun, Megaphone is Support, Robot Ether Anomaly.
The Megaphone will be interesting to see. I think Megaphone makes sense for being stun. The Twin Mace, I'm curious what that would be. I wonder if they're going to do double elements. That'd be kind of neat. I mean, it doesn't really matter until, like, they actually do damage, you know? Like, especially, like, when, I don't know if they would ever do, like, yeah, you do both good, like, both of them are good elements. It's like, no, you're, like, if you're doing 10,000 damage, each are doing 5. So that it's like, okay, but if I go into a thing where they're like, resistant to a certain element, then isn't my damage still kind of, like, halved? You're like, yep. You're like, great. Let's make our way through the thing. This. No, wrong one, this. Oh. Guys. I feel fucking so not good. I don't want to see, like, I don't feel like sick, sorry. Oh. Oh, I could have powered through probably, but my eyes are like, again, I've been sucking smoke down for like fucking 20 minutes. Or not 20 minutes, like 3 hours, sorry. So I'm like just trying to get my senses back, but my fucking nose feels like locked up. My eyes are leaking. I stink like smoke. I'm like, ugh. Why do people do this? I like camping a lot, but geez, it's not even camping. It's just hanging out by a fire, but still. I really like hanging out by a fire, but it's just that I got really lucky and it kept bashing me in the face. What's good? Light says, sup? I'm doing Hollow. That's what we're doing. We're doing Hollow Zero. Thank you. We're doing Hollow Zero. Yeah, we'll just keep at it. Keep at it until we break. What is this? Combat configure. Oh, I forgot to do this. Yeah, I have 4,000 material because I forgot about this shit. Well, what to buy? I don't think it really matters because you kind of have to buy everything anyway. Reduce 5 combat after, or pressure, sorry, after combat. That's pretty huge. Increase max HP. It's not terrible. Don't we need to, like, encompass it all? Fire damage, not great for us, but fuck it. Maybe we should go down and up. Yeah, that's kind of more our speed, but we don't really have physical characters anyway. Yeah, let's just buy this one so that we can buy this one. And we still need to get all 7 around this stupid damn thing, so why not? Let's buy it. Anyways, cool. Critical damage increase. Yes. Increase resonator stuff. Yeah, wait. Yeah, no, I don't have any of that. Oh, I don't have any red stuff. Well, fuck you too. How about that? All right. Increase damage dealt. I don't have any red stuff. Well, what the hell? All right. What can I get with my shitty gold stuff? I'm only able to progress because of this stupid shit. Still red stuff. All of like the good items are behind red stuff, and it's pissing me off. Yeah. You have insufficient funds. So I don't even think I can progress. Because I don't have any red. I need 1 to connect me through. Well, that's ass. But hey, we got some stuff. I forgot to do that. Yeah, that's really nice. Anyways, it's a big problem that we haven't done that. Also, didn't we? Oh no, we beat this zone, I guess. So now we have this new zone to go do. Got it. Well, this one should be at least easier.
Touch my tail? Right, okay.
Touch my tail and I cut off your balls.
Is it work time?
Always with Farina and her stupid goddamn shit. Wait, actually, isn't this supposed... I don't think it matters because we can technically get a character at the drop of any hat. Yes. Lone says, who knows, with how fast we get characters from the trailers, they might come sooner rather than later. I mean, man, it's fucked up, but I kind of hope we have like a pseudo lull, because after getting Caesar, I'm gonna be like, probably, I just want like a break. You know what I mean? Because if you think about it, I don't think I've ever done this in any game ever that's gotcha, which is basically go like, I think we've went like back to back to back. We've gotten Bo Staff Girl, we've gotten Jane Doe, and then we've gotten the other person. Or now we're going for Caesar. So like, I need a motherfucking break, okay? Oh my god. The like emotional turmoil of like, it's almost like a release when you just kind of like, hey, you know what? I have my two teams. I'm just going to focus all my attention on them. And I'm going to choose peace. Rather than like, will we make it big again? Or will it be a total failure again, you know? So, I hope we can have a respite, essentially, is what I'm saying. But, hopefully, that happens. Light says up doing the Hollow Zero. That's very important. Yes, I forgot about that. That's a nice. I don't know how we get the red stuff though. Maybe it's just like an end game item stuff. We need to wait until we get a little bit pushed in. For every 1 HP lost, agent's damage increases by 1. Currently is it like total? It's probably total. Well, I don't want to take damage, so no. But I always want freeze. Freeze artifacts, my friend. I should have probably read what he was saying, because I don't know the objective of this game mode. Anyways, if you're willing to give me blood for a blood sample, I can help me with my medical supplies. Allow the secret doctor to draw a tiny amount of blood. Allow the secret doctor to draw...
Lone Syndicate said willing to bet patch 1.3 is also gonna be packing heat.
Should we just start off bad? I mean, if there's ever a time when we can be dangerous, it's when we're heavily over-leveled, so fuck me up. Take all my blood. A-rank shield. Nice, I guess. It's kind of fine. I was hoping for more, but fine. Okay.
Commission start. Objective.
Ooh.
Clear abandoned skyscraper.
What's up?
There she is. I'm honestly, I feel like it's better off just getting like, no, I guess we need 3 characters, but like...
Xingyi, here to assist you.
Sometimes they give me the Oni girl first, and I'm like, no! I don't want that. I don't need this. She's only good when she has like an energy bunny, essentially, gives her energy. Nong says... Full sending, Grau. We're full sending it. Kind of. So I immediately went back on what I said. Kat says, speaking of camping, backpacking slaps. Love walking into the mountains with some food and a pack and seeing what happens. Be careful, Kat. Man, that sounds like some, like you live hopefully near a city that's rural, because in Canada, we just had 2 people die because they killed camping and they got attacked by a bear. That's the most Canadian shit ever, but hey. The amount of time people are like, I love hiking. I think hiking would be such a fun thing to do. But hot damn, is that terrifying? There's animals out there, man. Like, people have a weird sense of, like, things can kill you. Like, we live in pretty, like, cities are pretty safe, all things considered. Given the city. But still, hot damn.
Too heavy.
They can get bad real fast. So I'm not used to having these kind of, armrests. Gotta carry bear spray. Yeah, but bear spray sometimes don't do shit. See, that's the thing people don't realize a little bit. Like, bear spray is a deterrent. It's not necessarily like if a bear is like, I'm pissed, they're gonna still probably try to kill you. You know what I mean? Like, a bear can walk out fucking getting shot. You know what I mean? Like, it's, yeah. Bear spray is helpful, and you gotta hope that, like, I think a lot of it's more of like, explore, but not explore too much. If you explore too much, you go like real fucking deep into some shit, and like that's nowhere near the city, then like, because at least you find an animal that tends to know how things go. Like, so there's some bears, there's like written things where bears know not to like kill not even bears, but it's like other animals know not to kill human beings because it results in them like getting hunted and killed or put down. So yeah, they have like I think it's actually not forest creatures. I think it's like a marine life where like there's whales where they know not to kill certain people because it makes it so that the poaching and stuff like that increases. Love says, me saving my polygram proved worth it. I got C1 Zhu Yang. I got C0 Cheng Quincy. While I was indicating it, C1, yeah, C1 J no fucking huge. And I'm surprised you're not getting any of the biker girls. Fluff doesn't like him fucking rockstar biker adjacent, I guess. Raid says, I'm just waiting on 1.3 drip marketing to see if the leaks I've seen are correct. What be the leaks you've seen? That was a sentence. What are the leaks you've seen? What be, my friend? The leaks you have quandaried. Or something. Upon entering combat, get a slight bump to the damage. It's not that terrible. Triggering assists. I don't do that often because we just don't do it anymore, but yeah. New stuff. Ooh, this is fun. We actually explore, finally. It's not just like a linear gimmick. We could go down, take some pressure, damage, or whatever. Is it going to choose?
McFluffican said it's more so that physical and fire are low on my interest. I like electric and ether, and I'd like ice if I had more than Sukaku.
Got it. Got it. If I go up, will it take off the bottom one? It will. All right, well. We have some money, so maybe this was not the worst try. This is bullshit. I got the thing that says, like, hey, can you get me freeze more? And it's doing none of that. Dodge counters. We'll get that one, I guess. And we'll just call that good. Use force, visit, slip through, go. Go, cool agent. Tiny girl gang, I guess. Good stuff. Wait, I can go back, right? Because now I have a little more money. Let's upgrade our resonator stuff. Yeah, or A rank. Okay, that wasn't great. Defeating an enemy grants a shield. Okay.
Stock up at the right time, and there will naturally be
Lone
profits
Syndicate
to make.
said I got C1 Ellen, Zhu Yuan, Jane and all their W engines. Now I am about get Bernice and Caesar and gonna get Caesar's engine. Not so sure about Bernice's engine.
Just be careful. Y'all don't respect the laws of nature, okay? Which are often wrong, okay? Unfair even, but hey. It's like the muse. You just show up and hopefully it eventually arrives. Lone says, willing to bet patch 1.3 is gonna be packing heat. That's that next patch? Not this patch, right? And a sidearm, if the park, a sidearm to me, yeah, it's a little bit better. Honestly, the ones I've seen that were pretty wild, I've seen this dude get attacked by like fucking dogs as he is biking. Not get attacked, he just they run up on him, and he has this thing apparently that you can get. Also, you know, I told you guys I don't think you guys see that. You guys see these little scratches? You guys can't see it, but that was my own like fucking nails. Scratching my arm, I'm like, oh god, I cut myself. Anyways, my nails aren't even that sharp. I have like 3 nails. Anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, the dude's like biking down a trail, and these dogs start barking. They come over the bend, and they start charging into him. But then he has like this fucking like wrist cannon that he just goes bang, bang, and it just releases like these fireworks that like splinters off into like like a firework, essentially like light.
Master, I am currently at rest.
Shut up!
Idling.
I hate you.
I run at double power.
Fairy. Anyways, it basically just makes a really loud pop sound and simulates something being thrown towards the dog, and then they trail off while yelping because they're like, oh my god, we almost got shot or something. But it's just a deterrent, which is kind of scary because, like, worst case scenario, you can like shoot at the ground or in the sky. Probably at the ground would be safer. You're not just killing someone a couple feet away or miles away. But at least then it's like, I can do some damage if you do decide, like, the deterrent isn't deterring, what you want to call it. But yeah. I love doing hollow. Zero says light. Is that sarcasm or is that honesty? Also, Boda says, okay, Grim, I gotta tell you that manifesting your thoughts. Tell me, please, Bolty. I know it's a pain, but can you extrapolate on what the hell that means exactly? More bandages.
Beep. Code scanned.
Cool. Random thing. Critical stuff. Keeps me shocked. God damn it, the damn bow staff girl is just sucking me dry in a bad way, not good way. When hitting an enemy from behind, do critical damage. That's pretty easy with our girl. Let's do that.
You're the boss.
I'm the boss. You bet your ass I'm the boss. Boss attacks have a chance of dealing critical damage. Great. Awesome. Money. Ask one squad member to lose. Ask two squad members. Ask squad member 2 to lose. Yes, you can take some damage. You can take some damage for some cash. Good.
Too heavy. No thanks.
We're a little bit weak. It's fine. Yeah, I'm curious, Bolty. In what way did ChatGPT help you manifest or like get your thoughts out when it comes to doing the storytelling? Because I'm curious. Nong says, yeah, in Canada, you either in the city or in the middle of nowhere. Exactly. Literally, in the U.S., you're in the middle of nowhere. Aside, Wisconsin is like 20-minute walk from a city. Exactly. Yeah, in Canada, it's like you can get lost for a long time in a sea of forests. You know what I mean? Also, Canada has like
Catman 11,234 said GRINN making his women take damage for cash. Despicable.
Fuck these women. Okay, you don't even. They all watch us burn alive. Okay. I was about to say it's for their own good, but that was too much of a sinister statement. Fluff says it's more of a physical. The fire is low than my interest. Than I like electricity and ether, and I liked ice. If you had more than Sukaku, yeah, that makes sense. 1.3 is the patch after Caesar British. That's what I was thinking. I feel like that has to be where they bring a fuck ton of content, because I still feel like right now we're in the kind of like, I feel like they're
like
cooking.
Said, if you're going to pay for the season pass up for the growth plan, because the premium plan ain't worth, because you can just get 10 levels just by playing.
Master, I am currently
Okay.
at rest. When idling, I run at double
If you're going
power.
to pay for the season pass up for the growth plan, because the premium plan ain't worth it, because you just got 10 levels, maybe. Okay, I'm not sure if I understand properly, but okay. Nog says, I have done too much traveling, honestly. Lived in MI, spent a few months in California and Arizona, took a week road trip to Wisconsin. That's the only place where it's literally over an hour. I was gonna say, Nog, what since you've traveled so many places, is there any location that if let me
Lone Syndicate said I've accidentally sacrificed my Zhu Yuan for more buffs, so GRINN don't feel bad.
Volty said I've got so many of my thoughts written out with GPT while also being able to go deeper with suggestions on my own and getting hints on how stuff could work in an example setting.
Can you describe to me like what that is? 'Cause I'm trying to picture like how that is. So you just type into ChatGPT like, give me like, I want like a play-by-play of like, like do you be like, oh, I have an idea about how I want to make the reader connect with this character, or like I have this idea for a power. Is there any way to make it like limit it in a cool way? And then you just type that in, and then like it just comes up with a bunch of like fun ways for you to limit that power. Is like, I just don't understand like the way in which you'd ask ChatGPT something, and then like what information are you trying to get out of it? Like I could kind of piece together. I just want to know exactly what you're using it for, because it does sound compelling. I see people like, I feel like 90% ChatGPT and shit like that is just trying stuff until you find what works for you. Like I put in some titles in there sometimes for YouTube videos to see what's like a good like a ballpark, and it's never perfect, but it's good enough to get your mind in the right space. Capman says GRINN making his women despicable. Oh, sorry. No, I was gonna say, if let's say teleportation existed, so like you being near your family or near your friends wasn't necessarily an obstacle. Out of all the places that you traveled, what would be the one that you would choose to set up near? Yes, man, I really think Portugal's fantastic. Portugal's a really special place. It's just way too fucking hot. If it was less hot, I'd be like, dude, paradise. You know what I mean? Because it's just beautiful people. It's very calm location. You know. I love Canada though, so don't get that twisted. But yeah, And I had to lead foot 85 is my usual minimum speed on the highway. I usually average 95 or so. Okay, gotcha. Wow, so you could be cooking. What's good, Red? Red says, hi, what's good, Red? Good to have you, buddy. How's the day been thus far? Oh, got a bump in my chest, sorry. Cat says, I gotta head out for dinner. Thank you so much for stopping by, Cat. Thank you so much for being here. Sweet. Light says, I literally did everything in the task for the season pass. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Raid says, yeah, the season pass is easy AF to max. Yeah, no, I've also done it. I'm doing the bare minimum. So, yeah.
The squad
Shut
wants
up!
to restart your bamboo. I am stalling.
I
with
hate you,
complex
Fairy.
capture code.
So much. So much. Let us go up to the thing. I could give more blood. Perhaps. For more things. Thank you. Finally, shadow damage is increased. Beautiful. Absolutely breathtaking. Thank you. I don't think we have any good ones to upgrade, so we're gonna leave it for now. Let us also heal our characters just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. I want some combat supplies. If that's okay with you. Garbo, got it. Alright. Not quite as good as I was hoping, but still. I can't level up my thing, no. I want to level up my shatter ability. I think
Light
this is
said my latest run was crazy on this Ellen's Shatter. Did like 25% of the HP lol.
Woo! It's not bad. Let's see, Bodhi says, I could send you the chat history. It's insanely helpful. Definitely recommend. Yeah, I would absolutely love that. I just want to see, because I don't know, like, it sounds like a great idea. It's always, I find it when you, like, see someone, like, this is how I used it. You're like, oh, that makes so much sense. Like, but until then, I'm kind of like, it's almost like I had a really magical conversation with someone, and then you're like, okay. Like, I get it, but I don't get how you did it. You know what I mean? So, like, we're like, oh, no, I asked them how their day was. They asked about how my day is. We got into talking about the things we were interested in. I'm like, oh, okay, this all makes sense. This makes, I can picture this. It's also a good rule of thumb to follow when it comes to being a good person and all that stuff. Here we go.
Lone Syndicate said, anime update, been watching Moonlit Fantasy, and it's just peak him on EP6, and the MC is popping off.
Oh, it's good, man. I'm hopeful. That's one of the ones that I look back on fondly. I do feel like it was one of those ones that was really good, but I did feel like sometimes, how do I put it, just missing a little bit of something, you know? Like I wish, like, there's moments of, like, such awesome bliss with that show. Like, I love the idea that they have in the show where, like, in the fantasy world, there's, like, this subliminal rule of the more you get close to death, the more, like, your body has to overcome adversity, and therefore you get, like, a massive experience bonus. So, like, if you're able to, like, put yourself at risk and survive, you, like, massively jump in terms of your survival or, like, your power growth. But the main character finds, like, a weird fun hack where he every time he pulls back an arrow, he has to slow down his heart rate so that he can make a better shot. So the world perceives himself as, like, being in a live or die situation, but he's been, like, practicing for, like, months straight, and people are wondering, like, why is he so fucking strong? And it's because he keeps, like, gamifying the world's law about, like, I'm gonna keep almost dying technically, even though it's just me, like, practicing my archery. And then he ends up, like, having as much power as a fucking god at the end of it, and he's like, oh shit, I didn't know that. He's like, yeah, idiot. And stuff like that's just, like, that's the thing I love about storytelling, is just, like, someone finding it, like, a story, a premise, the world that you can understand in, and then coming up with, like, a really, like, an interesting
G-Red
law.
said, I'm alright. I was playing Armored Core 6. Managed to get all the achievements done today. Gonna mess around with different parts now.
Oh, nice. Oh, you bang, man, you people who are achievement hunters be crazy. I can't even imagine just the grind. Also, I should have looked at that what that was. Sometimes they're like, gives you alt damage better, and I'm like, well, I only use that in bosses. I'm not going to use that. Doc, take thine blood. All right, vampire man. Yep. Light purification. 1 unconcentrated medicine clear up all pressure. I guess we'd clear up all pressure. Why would we not clear up all pressure? Oh, I give him one of the medical supplies I have to then clear up pressure. Sure. Got it. Mild Catalyst. Supplies. Lose 2 supplies. Get 1 catalyst. Is it good? 1 obtain resonate. That's it? Okay, that's not good. Yeah, I'll just take that. Thank you. Ooh, and level that up. Nice. Level 75. Hot damn. Take some more corruption.
Lone Syndicate said, funny part of the anime where these women are asking to be the McTwo or third wife, but they only want to be with him for the money, and he realizes the dragon waifu and spider waifu love him for him.
Yeah, I was about to say that, bitches. I thought you were talking about the dragon wife. I was like, oh yeah. That's one of the things that's cute. Again, I like the notion of like, again, it's that Moonlight fantasy anime, as much as it is like, again, there's like some moments where I don't find like it's as charming as, let's say, like an Overlord or like a better example is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? I feel like does a really good job with like character development and like Belle Crenell being super endearing, and like the moment with Lily and all that stuff, like really good with like character depth. Whereas in that anime, I feel like sometimes it doesn't do that. It doesn't like jump into the character's psyche and what this means to them and all that stuff. They do that a little bit at the last episode of Moonlight Fantasy in season 1, but what was I gonna say? Something about the again, that's another fun example of like you take these larger than life monsters, then you convert them into like monster girls, which is something that you've probably seen in other like fucking horny jail anime. But then the cool factor is the fact that they're like just hell bent on being his wife essentially, and how
Bolty said, "I'ma send you the link via Discord."
Perfect, thank you, Bolty. I appreciate that. But yeah, having that kind of play in that dynamic, I think is just a lot of fun. And they could just make it the same like cookie cutter bullshit of every isekai nonsense, which is like hot elf likes you a lot for no reason, I guess. And you're like, this feels unearned. I mean,
Master,
another thing.
I await your regal return from the bathroom.
Yeah, what is it called? The dude basically gets what is it? He like a goddess curses him to be hideous, even though he's not that ugly. But like everyone thinks he's disgusting, so the only people that find him attractive are the monster girls, because they're not attracted to like facial features. They're attracted like to power. So that's why he gets an in with them. And they're like, if you think about it, like these are like the only people you can kind of be with because they're the only ones that would accept your hideousness, I guess. And yeah, but then also sincerely love you, you know, because attraction usually is the baseline for most things. Good. We always get Ellen, who leads the charge, to give us some good stuff. We get this, pick up our girl, come and hang out. Good stuff.
Sokaku reporting in.
Sukaku is here, ready to do things. Yes, good. This, up, over, this. Obtain hollow resonator for a random price. Is it good? Donate 15% of your HP to switch.
Lone Syndicate said, I will say EP 2 and 3 had me not interested because it focuses on the backstory of these 2 other characters who are heroes sent to this world, and although it can be interesting, I wasn't into it.
I agree, man. They need to do that shit like maybe episode like 5 and 6 and then never do it again. You know what I mean? We're like, who are these fucking people? I don't know them. Stop. Red says, you gonna finish the Wukong this week? Oh, I don't think so, Red. I mean, man, I really want to. I really want to keep playing that game. It's just I'm also terrified because it's such a game it's just difficult enough for me to like if I don't mainline it. So like this is it. We did 1 week of pure Wukong, which is a ton of fun. I adored it. Then I was like, oh well, there's this event happening within ZZZ, which I would like to do, which is going with Caesar. We've been talking about it for like 4 or 5 streams now. It just feels not right to just like push that off. So we'll do 1 week of ZZZ. But then in my head, I'm like, motherfucker, I need to do some VR. Our like content gimmick is VR, fortunately and unfortunately. So like, I need to make a fucking week of streaming of just VR. Sorry if you really like that, but I need to do that just for like content's sake and shit like that. So I'm like, that has to be the next one. I can't push it off anymore. So, but then in my head, I'm like, okay, so I do next week. It's gonna be, we're still gonna stream on Tuesday, whenever Caesar drops that day. But then Thursday and Friday, I think we'll do all VR stuff, and then the next week, do I do Wukong? Will people still be interested in Wukong? I'd be interested in playing it, but will people be? You know, so I'm like, I try to think about like long-term stuff.
The operation and complete abandoned skyscraper interior.
Can we fight all of them? There's no real difference here, it seems. Besides up top, which we could try. Oh, my stomach. But I haven't finished the Wukong game though. But I also think it's one of those games that like, it's such a fun, good game that I don't know. It's one. Have you guys ever played a game where like I don't have any time to play this, but I also don't find myself like, I'm not sure about you guys, but like a lot of reason why I beat games often is because I need like a pick me up in some way. Like I need some sort of like kind of internal validation of like, hey, I've accomplished this or I've achieved this. I don't really have that anymore. Like I'm at a place like right now where I'm pretty at peace with a lot of shit, so I don't feel like I need to like finish things and like complete them completely because I'm like, I'm chilling. I'm okay. I'm just kind of trying to calm down right now. And I also think in my head, I'm like, well, the Wukong game is so fun. I think if we played it like 4 months from now, at least for me, I'd be still interested in it. The question is whether you guys would be interested in it. I'm not sure. But for me, I'm like, I'd still enjoy my time. Also, we just buff up that. Let's go.
Bolty said, couldn't send you, Grin. We need to be friends on DC first.
Oh, okay. I'll friend you.
Lone Syndicate said, because I spend a whole season with this character you have built up, and to just swap to another character a season in EHH, you kinda lose me, and that's true, Bolty, but normally you would do that.
No, for sure. Also, I gotta make sure I reply to you. Let's see, request. Did you send me a friend request, Bolty, or something? I don't see a pop-up here. Message request. Yeah, I don't see a pop-up here. Bolty, where would you be? Message request. Is it spam? No. That's spam. Friends. I don't know where you are, Bolty. Pending, maybe? There you are. Accept. Bolty is here somewhere. There it is. Alright, Bolty. I hope this is your actual account. Hi. There. Okay, good. Good. Hello, says Bolty. Alright, good. I got you. Good stuff. That was my Discord, not yours. Sorry. Red says, I certainly want to see you. I do too. Again, I think it'd be good. It's one of those things where, like, I'm kind of close to this. I wanted to talk to you guys about this. I still want to try shit.
To reassure the squad members
again,
that
I can't even describe you guys my headspace right now. I'm like, it's just a weird headspace right now for me, like, as far as content creation goes. Because, like, I really like making the VR stuff. I'm kind of also, like, so tired, like, mentally exhausted by things that it is, my brain just wants it to, like, just do this for a while, like push everything away just because it's kind of overwhelming and frustrating at times. So yeah, but I still want to try this like shorts thing. I think this could just be fun, especially as just like a background thing. But I think I think the last month or 2 months of the year, I think I will try to do non-stop streaming essentially. So stream maybe almost every day for a month straight is the plan, just to try that out. And just to do that, because that could be something fun that we could try. But that's probably like the last month of the year thing, just to kind of see how we feel about it and see if I can make that work and find fun in it. But I really do like making videos because I like the idea of curating content and making everything kind of go in that way. But yeah, that's something that I'm interested in doing. I think that would make it so that we could actually like beat games like that and like fully complete them completely. And I wouldn't have to spend so much time, making videos and stuff like that, but I still want to try to see if I can make the momentum happen on the VR channel, rather than like what it seems like it's going to be, which is slowly chip away at stuff, and just try more random stuff on other channels and see how that can pick up, give it an overall, but also it's tough, because it's very hard to listen to someone when they don't have like a clear directive about what they're trying to achieve and what they're trying to do to achieve it. So when you hear me talk like that, I feel like it sometimes creates the thing of like, it doesn't feel like I should be leading the ship because I don't know what I'm like. I'm tired, and I should probably be like, I'm gonna keep quiet until I have an idea. Pressure with 2 catalysts. Yeah, give me some more pressure. It's fine. More catalysts, please. More defense stuff or dodge stuff. Yeah, defense stuff is not terrible. Give us more. Actually, no, it's terrible. We're really over leveled, so we're not taking damage anyway. Freeze stuff is not as good as critical damage behind the enemy, which we do quite a lot, just by virtue of us being us. Spent the whole time with this character. Do that. Woody says, jump. Red says, I am probably the minority here, though. Seems most others here enjoy ZZZ or Withering Waves, or at least or are at least interested. To tell you the truth, Red, this is kind of where I'm in like a conundrum. I honestly don't think that's true. I mean, if you wanted to like the count, I can count like 2 people. Like I remember V popping in and talking about us with Withering Waves for quite a bit, but that was one of the few people who came in who is specifically interested in Withering Waves. The ZZZ, I think people are interested in it, but the people who are here and playing it are the same people who were here when we were playing Wukong. There's not like a the thing I'm kind of like, I don't even know, dude. It's the just getting anybody like who's just new outside of that thing, which I mean, it's not like I'm not. The issue isn't with me, and I'm not like, I'm a person that tends to be just happy with whatever I get, and I'll just become happier over time as I have my thing. So like I don't feel like I need more, but it is concerning that like there's only ever like 2 or 3 people to pop in and say hi, given what we do, right? So like that seems a little weird. And I'm sure people like hearing this are probably like, oh, you could do shorts, you could do, stream on YouTube, go to a small directory, be the leader in that directory, carve out space. I've heard all that stuff. My brain is just in such a place where it's like I hear all that stuff, and it used to be like, yep, locking it in, and now I'm just like, yeah. I'm just so like, and it might just be like this week. Like I probably shouldn't talk about stuff like this when I'm tired. It just makes it come across as I'm not so good. Shock, perfect dodge is easier. We'll do that.
I concur.
Yay, level up my things, please. That's some damage. Purchasing items from Bang Boom Merchant costs HP instead of gear coins. That's kind of cool, actually, but also terrifying. How much? Luckily, nothing is good here. How much is it? 16% of my HP. I can't grab this one. Why? Oh, let me do that one. Why wouldn't it let me buy this one? 16%. Why? I buy it. Buy it. Give your life for the cause. Oh, maybe it's because there's no resonator left that can be upgraded.
Like Syndicate said, Nico update, the new Nico dropped, and Grin, I want to show her off, and this one is tame, so you can show on stream.
Okay. Red says, right there said that. Nong says, I would do that in December, Grin. I'd go with January or February myself. What do you mean? Oh, you mean stream nonstop January and February? Why? Is it because AdSense is shitty? So we should do that. Makes sense. That makes sense. So instead of December, what is December? Is that after January? Is that right? I'm sorry. It's one of those things where, like, again, it's not that I don't know. I just suck down smoke. I'm in like allergy season fog. So I'm like, best I could do is chill. Light says so Light is one of the few people. There's Light and there's one other person that came here specifically when ZZZ is or when we're playing ZZZ, which are very sweet, and I love hanging out with them and talking about them with them, which that's nice. So that is kind of a reason to do ZZZ to more extent, but yeah, I think it also, I don't know. Like, I look at some other content creators that seem to be like, again, I think it's just like, this is like, it's unfortunate, but like the meta of streaming is to play like all day long, like 8-hour streams consistently, whilst like having specifically like something that you do all the time, whether it's like testing out characters, making spreadsheets, and all that shit. And then you just do that constantly enough and people will just eventually find you, and it seems to go like that. We do like the worst optimization thing ever, which is like we stream for 2 hours sometimes. We have a great time for what it's worth, but yeah, it's interesting how that works. Dude, I'm so dehydrated. I'm inhaling the Gamersub stuff because it's liquid. I thought we were done. Oh shit. Let's go down.
These are important resources.
Get all this. Dodge is easier. Dodge counter increases damage by 30. Woo. Solid. That's cool that the dodge ones actually have like a brand new like text thing. Let's do this. We still bleed. Spend 50 gear coins obtaining bang boo stuff. Yeah, I spend all my money because I can no longer spend my money on anything because I bleed for the cause. Shock stuff. Buying this item will expend 15% of your HP. What does it do? Energy stuff. Nothing's good.
Raidnade said, Grin, I posted the leak image I was talking about in the Discord.
Okay. Remind me to check out both of those. Loans, Nikita's, and your thing as soon as we beat this damn mission. I think we're about done. That's why I'm like, well, we'll just chill. We'll get it done. Red Nog says, Red, I'm with you, but I like me the white moves. Yes, again, people, I think it's also, again, I don't even know, like, I think if I were to do, like, 1 week of nothing but Wukong, we could beat it. Easily. But I think it's, and then we went back to our, like, basics of ZZZ or Withering Waves and, like, having fun watching the trailers together and stuff like that. Like, it makes sense to me. It's just, I'm such a suck for fucking, like, making a video. Like, I really like the spear video that people really connect with.
Light said, don't you agree that guides are better than spreadsheets?
Don't you agree that guides are better than spreadsheets? No, I do. I think that, like, what people look for, like, so I don't think it's really about the spreadsheet. I think it's about a person understanding something that you do. So maybe you like if like for an entire week, if I were to play this game and I were to like stream for 8 hours a day and we were to find fun things to do, like rating all the characters on looks, then we made that a YouTube video, and then we rated we made like a tier list for all the best impact characters. We debated fiercely about like why impact characters are the best opposed to attackers and shit like that. Then that was a video. So like that's what I kind of mean is like you mainline one thing, and then each one of those things people can kind of connect to you in some degree with, and that becomes your thing. You become that guy, if that makes any sense. So yeah, that's kind of, but yeah, I wouldn't do the spreadsheet thing. But I even still, like, you can't tell me that a good dude who spent, like, you can see every day he's doing spreadsheets on characters, and then he finally uploads a guide on that character. You don't think you have a little bit more, like, I believe that guy knows his shit. I've seen him, like, have a bunch of streams where he's talking about the nuances of this character's power and skill. Like, I feel like that you'd have, like, a built-in understanding of that guy having some sort of special hit factor.
Yep. Yeah.
Bang! We're over leveled. We're way over leveled. And I'm taking my sweet ass time doing these. Unfortunately, I wish I was faster. I like reading chat. Again, it's also fair because this is like Sunday streams are always our hangout streams. Oh, we have another fucking level to do. Oh shit! I thought that was it. We finally got the stun benefit, so now they're stunned for even longer, and we get. Ooh, ultimate damage increase and days. Oh, days inflicted. It's not very good. Chain attack is good. We don't really do chain attack stuff. After triggering a perfect dodge, get 1 stack. Yeah, we do a lot of perfect dodge. That works. Let me see. Yeah, let me. Can I pause this? Yes, cool. I can. Let's go to face cam. Let's see what y'all be saying in the Discord. Y'all were saying to look at the Discord. There it is. Lone sent me the Nikitas to check on out. I hope we can. Yeah, it's fine. All right, this is the new Nikita.
Lone Syndicate said, if these Z's leaks are true, then my time is approaching.
Woo. All right. So first of all, I like it. I like the fact that she's clothed. First of all, these pants are fighting for their sweet life. Okay, golly. I like the hair. Hair's cute. We got the whole like bob cut with the inner stuff being red. Cool, cute. Yeah. Again, waist to hip ratio and everything else. A little crazy. And apparently, there's more. It'll bounce up. It'll stop being so gross in a minute. It's kind of 2 FPS. Change. Jesus. All right. This is actually really tame. In fact, it kind of looks a little weird with it being so tame. We're so used to it being like jiggle physics over 9,000, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how hard. Again, I can kind of put together what the risque version of it is going to be without this undershirt, essentially. But hey, outside of that, he was sniping. Each shot, there's recoil from the gun. Why is it fucking every time she shoots, her like fucking arm snaps back and shit? Oh, that's cute. I don't know. I don't really find that she has the hot factor. Is that just me? Like, she looks good, but she looks off a little bit. Like, I feel like if she shaved her head, she'd just be like 80% forehead, and it's just massive dome. You know what I mean? A massive ass dome. But hey. Nog says, I wouldn't do that in December. I would do January that. Nog says, I do that. Nog says, the month of streaming, and the UD get more views probably. People are busy in December and have nothing to do in January or February. And February is super short. So what did you suggest? I'll just do what you suggest. That makes sense. February? Sure. When is February? Is February like recent? Again, I'm not. I could think about it. I'd rather. Again, I'm a system of like technology. Now I just look instead of having to think. February is the month after January. Okay, we can do that. That's just like a little bit of a delay. We might not be able to do that. We'll see. Again, we might do like 2 attempts just to see, because it's not like we'll just do 1 and done. It probably would be bad to try to do 2, like a month here and then a little bit later do another month to see how we feel. Back to this one. But I like that. I appreciate the suggestion and your 2 cents, Nog, because it's always hard for me. Not a lot of people like to talk about content career things, and I shouldn't even say that. It's just like, I don't know. I find people also don't know what to say, which is fair. So, yeah. You posted the links raid in the Discord. We'll check that out too. Nog says, I came here when Wonderlands came out. Yeah, I know. I remember you were there watching this shit. Constantly came to the live streams after watching all of the Wonderlands. Yeah, again, it's one of those things where like it was a funnel into content, which makes sense, but at the same time, yeah, that was real weird. That was like at the height of me making content, and it was both good and bad. Where things were working and they were not. Where I was trying stuff and it kind of was going good, and then it kind of wasn't, and it was good. I look back at the Wonderland days being pretty fond of all that. Let me take this away. Let's see. We go to our Discord, I imagine, is where Raid put that. Is it where would it be? Videos, or must be in videos? I did see the Devil May Cry trailer, Fluff. That looked very cool. Where is it? Clips for Grin? Oh, I hope I don't miss that. Lord wants me to check out the shows, the bully thing. Where did you post it, Raid? Is it in the ZZZ tab? Probably, right? That's why Lone was saying if that's
Lone
true.
Syndicate said
Got
this is Rouge, and she is a game master of the casino who is very superstitious about luck, and Grin, don't worry, just you wait, the next Nick has got all the jiggle.
Okay.
Light said we have around 3 days till 1.2.
That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay, so this is the leaks. Apparently it's just text, so we should be okay. Not good, but okay. All right, 1.3, which is not... is next thing. We getting lighter. Who is an A rank? Makes sense. And who is...
Raidnade said it's just an image, Grin. I didn't expect you check it on stream.
That's fine. That's okay. Why am I checking this on stream? Tushiro. Yeah, who's that? Who's Tushiro? Is that the girl with the big ears? The girl with the floppy ears and the katana? 1.4 is Asabi. I don't know the names, so this is all just not gonna be for me. I wish it was just like within quotations or brackets. Girl with ears, Oni girl or something, or whatever. But hey, cool. I don't know what any of those mean. Again, it's not Raid's fault. It's my incapacity to remember names to help. But also, you know what? Fuck you. These fucking names from Japan are out there. It's not fucking Tom or Bobby or Kratos or something. It's fucking got 7 syllables in it, and I just want to put a gun in my mouth. Okay? It's too much. I appreciate a simple name, all right? Grin, pretty simple, all right? Fluff, pretty simple. Lone, pretty simple. Second thing, Logan. That's my actual name, by the way. Pretty fucking simple as well. It's not a lot going on. For every 1 HP loss, you are going to do more damage stuff. Yes, it is. All right. Take one of my medical thing. No, just slightly. Just decrease the pressure. It's fine. We are pretty overpowered anyway. Lose 20 HP, get 1 S. Yes. Bang. What is it? All... Yeah, it's okay. Okay, goodbye, sir.
Ouch!
You've hurt me. But it's fine. S rank rating. I don't know what that... I don't know why we unlocked that. Maybe it's like eating one of my special cards. I don't think so, but maybe. This.
It matters not.
We could have healed, but no. Money is the way, even though I think we sell our blood still, so it's kind of actually a problem. We probably should have actually not done that.
Resources.
Gather info on the random hollow thing. Donate 15% of your blood. No. Yeah. Pressure increase, but give me some of that. Another S rank upgrade. All squad members recover HP after entering the battlefield. That's pretty good, actually. That should be fantastic for us. We have a lot more pressure, but hey.
Continue the operation and complete abandoned skyscraper interior.
That says, well, I do look over meta.
Raidnade said essentially the main takeaway is that we're getting the Section 6 characters after the Sons of Caledon.
Oh, we're getting the soldiers, the soldier people who are exploring like the rifts and shit. Ooh. Actually, I'm not a fan of them. I take that back. I said ooh on reflex. I'm kind of not into the whole like the Oni girl looks cool. I don't disagree. She looks cool. It's just it's not tickling my fancy. You know what I mean? Like the Sons of Anarchy people were much more my speed. You know, so it's gonna be a little weird for me. Which honestly, we're gonna be like saving for a long time, dude. I know you love them, like that's why I was like I get why people love them because I do think they look cool. I just like I've always liked tomboy rock and roll girl wearing like with short hair and fucking like a band t-shirt on, rather than like military garb, you know, like soldier gear. The only one out of the lot that makes me like it looks interesting to me is most likely going to be an A rank, and he's the bow guy. Also, I don't know why I went up and not down. We lost out on some shit there. Death.
I concur.
Give me some of that cash. Or let's reduce some pressure. We're coming in a little hot. Okay? I would like to fight. Because I just, you know, blood for the blood god, all that. We can't really use money.
I get sleepy the moment I relax.
Lone Syndicate said actually Grin, he is an S rank according to the leak.
Ooh, okay. That actually, if we have enough time to recover, because we're going to be, like, after we're going for season, we're going to be recovering for a while. So that's actually great, because I don't really have a fancy for them, but hopefully he's one of the last people who are out.
Sure.
Why am I doing that? We can just kill things with her. We're so over-leveled that yeah. But whenever I'm playing this game, it does feel like it's just like just like a sea of punches. Energy, special attack increases days. That's actually pretty good for us. Yeah. Again, we're doing like it's like super underleveled, so we're not exactly. We don't need to be freaking out so hard, you know. We got another medical supply.
I also like pick.
So we can give our blood away. God damn you, it keeps giving us crap. Buying this item hurts you, increases critical damage when shielded. We actually do get a shield every time we enter combat, so it's not the worst, but let's get this first and foremost. Bang! We will want to get more perfect dodge, bonuses. Can we switch these?
Lone Syndicate said our first limited S-rank male character.
Ooh, yeah, hopefully. Wait, is that right? That's right. Damn. That's right. Hopefully he just whips his dick out, because like if he's a bitch, that's gonna be ass. Hopefully it's like rare, but it's gonna be worth it. It's like we know, like it feels like they have to, because they're like we know most man, like gross man, yuck. You know, even the fucking wolf boy is like a soft wolf man, etc. Yeah, I really hope we do get like there's like that one. It shows the factions and it shows the guy who's like a towering bear. or like a mech or something. Looks like he's covered in armor and shit. That one looks awesome to me. 3 stacks of insight. When you get to the battle, agents no longer lose insight stat. Sure, we'll just do that. That sounds fine. Yes. And then we will do this because we just can hurt ourselves as much as we want because we're a little freak. We're a little sadistic freak. Get some days. Good. More days and things. We'll keep that. We'll heal a little bit. We'll use one of our healing things. I should have done that after I took some damage there. I can't. Yeah, let's go up. Aha! Basic attack. Energy regenerate. That sounds pretty good. Freezing
Lone Syndicate
enemy.
said ZZZ was slowing, turning into Honkai Impact 3rd with only releasing wafers as S
If only
ranks.
there was tea.
Yeah, again, that's kind of sad. What's good, Nana? Nana says, with the upside down, you coming at the whip and dick out thing? Probably. Sorry, Nana, project. But yeah, hopefully the one guy who's the archer person is good. Again, I think they have to. I think when it's a dude and they're like this afraid of like a man being in the game, be like, yuck, 0 sales. They have to tune him up a little bit because I hope they do. Because I think he's the only one that looks kind of neat and he has like dual daggers. Kind of reminds me of a child. Which doesn't actually make me excited, actually. It makes me less excited because I never really like child gameplay. People love child's game. I remember people got weirdly possessive over an anime board for the first time. I interacted with that. People were like, how dare you talk about this non-real person who I have a weird attachment towards. I'm like, what is... Goddamn. Funny, because I think people... Like, if there's any indication... Like, how am I phrasing this properly? I grew up in the age where, like, if you were like really into like an anime waifu and you had like
Lone
figurines.
Syndicate said, if I heard correctly, he is an electro anomaly character.
Ooh, okay, it's also nice. That's a little change up. Yeah, it'd be actually perfect for me because I already have ice and physical, so that'd be a new element for me to start building out. And I have electro with the bow staff girls. That could actually really work out, especially if I eventually get Wolf Boy for my Ellen team. Anyways, back to my train of thought about that. Looking back at like Genshin and like the fervent love for Child and Zhongli and all these things, I grew up in the age where people were very how do I phrase this properly? We're very if you had like a statue or a pillow of like your favorite whatever anime girl character, you were like, that guy is it's rough. All right, you have these interests, you just don't talk about them. In Genshin, I feel like it was worse when the females had it because they never had that like toxic male masculinity bullshit where we were like, disgusting, dude. Stop. Okay? They didn't have the self-judgment that men often give themselves inside the group. You know what I mean? Women are beautifully supportive a lot of times. Also, well, I'm not sure if that's entirely right. But point is if you look at like the BTS community and shit like that, girls get mean, man. And into it. Too into it. Also, let's refresh. I've never actually refreshed these once. Ooh, generate shield for that. All squad members when entering the battlefield. When being attacked, press that to immediately break free of recover that much HP.
Lone Syndicate said, so if that's true, the pretensional is there for him to be insane.
Yeah, man, I didn't think about that. That's good. I hope he is not just like Child 2, where he's like, hey, I can melee a bunch, and then I can like kind of pseudo do range stuff. He kind of sounds like he's gonna be built similar to a slower version of the cop lady who's like builds up shots by like attacking and then like can switch to a shotgun missile mode and do a lot of damage, you know. Oh no, it's one of these.
I see.
If this is consistently the boss, this is gonna be ass. Nope, go to this. This is the worst boss fight ever. How many can I dodge, man?
Light said that's the boss for all 3.
Yeah, too much. Carried trash. No, don't. Don't go to that one.
The enemy's still kicking.
We need to weaken you both. Shit. Ooh, I hope she's not stunned yet. Dodge. Maybe dodging is not the way. Dodged.
Who begins?
Yep. Ah. Okay, good. She's hit.
So much fun.
No, focus on the rhythm. I don't want to hit your fucking sister. I feel like we might be able to fully send it. Which one? Which one? I should really get better at locking on. That slow time is insane. Ow. Which
An
one?
ingenious move.
It's that one. There. Chill out. You're not even that bad of a bitch, man. Oh, fuck it. We're just doing this.
Time to eat.
Don't.
Thank you for your patronage.
There. I overthought it. We were really overleveled. That's gonna suck, dude. That's gonna suck so bad. That boss fight sucks. Especially like it's like, oh, I have a boss fight where like you have to fight these two twin dancers, but here's the icing on the cake. They always lock together. So it's not like they have moments where they're massively far apart. So you just have to be sitting there like, fucking stop. Stay away from each other, please. But we did do more bounties. Good stuff. Good stuff. This one we have yet to do, but we still have some time, so it's not the end of the world. Also, we did do this. Nope, this, sorry. Boom. 40. That's not a bad amount of gems. How are we going into the one thing? We are at a whopping almost 6,300 and something. So, it's an amount. Oh. That boss sucks real bad. Real bad, shitty boss. But ladies and gentlemen, I think we prepped for Caesar a little bit. A little bit. We got some defense artifact things. So, yeah. We got a couple. A couple, but hey. I will grind out her other material. Actually, no, we can't. We can't grind out her boss material, unfortunately. And yeah. Yeah. Just, yeah. Raid said, no. Lone says ZZZ was slow turning.
Lone Syndicate said Miyabi, I know, is an ice attack, and not sure about Yanagi. I think I heard about her BFR, but that's it.
Okay. It's actually GRINN. He is S-Rank according to the leaks. Do love them. Light says, I'm just grinding for my... Yeah, again, I can't wait to see your Miyabi just crush them. I do think she's going to be stronger than shit. I think it's just like, it's part of the whole... That whole sect of katana waifus in all of these anime games tend to be giga crazy. But yes.
Time for some joking.
Internet stuff, I have not made much progress to. I think we're fine with a lot of the events. I've got most of the events done. That one's done. I'm happy that, again, this is something that ZZ has over Withering Waves, but like they're not punishing us for not doing the this character's questline, Chang Li's questline, or Quincy's, sorry, whatever her name is, questline. This is also not, I think, something that we're having to do. Like they're not like forcing us to do this, I don't think, which is nice. No time limits here. And yeah. We could get to this whenever we want. I'm sure, like, it might bite me in the ass, and it might be like, oh, you have to do this kind of soon. Actually, I'm like, oh, no.
Lone Syndicate said Miyabi is the Virgil of ZZZ.
Yeah, that's true. I can see that. Yeah. Also, again, I do have some faith. Not faith. I have hope, I should say. Some hope that we should be okay. Because I like, for Caesar, so when we have her that day, I probably will burn a lot of my batteries and start grinding for her, essentially, in this way. And that's probably what we'll start to do. Again, we'll still be limited in some capacity for our, what's it called? Our weapons. Our talent max out because we have to have her for like 4 weeks and then spend all of the boss material rushes on that.
Light said, I have a feeling she's going to destroy the game.
Yeah, no, I agree. I could see that. She, by no means does she look weak in any capacity. Let us do this. And claim all those. I have maxed out the battle pass. I don't know if I'll get it. I mean, theoretically, if I get it, we will be in slightly a better way. I don't know. We could get it, and that way we're a little bit over 60, and we have a little bit of a handful of wishes to go into it. It probably would be smart. This is just this way. It's like there's less of a chance. I shouldn't say it like that. It's worse if I have to just spend my money into like a polls. Like actually have to spend my money eventually. So I think this may actually be worth it. And also it has stuff like this, which is just nice for upgrading your character a little bit faster. Now that we have basically 2 teams that are ready to rip, that might not be bad. And of course there's money in here and stuff like that, so it'll make this a little more. I might get the season pass. And what weapon will I buy if I do get it? Just tell me. Any weapon that I should buy, either for the characters I have for Wolf Boy, or I think Wolf Boy's fine. I think what should I buy here that could be useful for any of the characters I might have?
Lone Syndicate said you got 68 batteries. Yeah, Grin, you good to go, my friend. And I'll be here wishing you luck on the artifact.
Woo! Thanks, Lone. Appreciate you. But yes, gang, if I do get the season pass, what should I buy from this? What should I use it on? I will not make the same mistake twice. I heard the lips were decent. It's a sentence. Get the defense one just in case you don't get a defense engine. Ooh, that's fair. Which one is the defense one? This is this one. Ooh, it's like a little spring. Attack percent base. Character defense specialization. Reduces damage taken by 7% when attacked. The equipper energy generation rate increased by
Light
10.
said the weirdest W engine is the lips one.
Why is it the weirdest? Why? Energy regeneration rate increased by 10% for 12 seconds. When equipped, switch off field. This buff will transfer to the new off-field character. Okay, that's not terrible. It'll increase my energy regen for my other characters. Nice. For 12 seconds, that's not terrible. So when I just gotta take some damage, which she probably is doing because she's blocking damage anyway. I wonder if that still counts. Because technically we're not taking damage, our shield is taking damage. I wonder. The lips one, though, do be looking... Oh, it moves. So it's wet, real lips. With horns as handles. Anyways. And there's a key to open it for easy cleaning. When the enemies inflict... with attribute anomaly off field, the equipper attack increases by 10, and damage deals increase. That's not terrible. It's an anomaly character type stuff. I wonder if that's better than the other one I have.
Lone Syndicate said whoever made the anomaly engine in the battle pass either didn't think about what they were doing, or they knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing. After we see these trailers, there's not a doubt in my mind that they know what they are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I might lose some of you, but we are moving over to good old Wuthering Waves, because that's the game that I've been kind of slacking on, honestly. I've been like, I need to just make some effort in that one, because it's been a little rough. But we give a lot of love to ZDZ, and this is still a variety-S stream type thing. So yes, we're going to burn our way through the other thing, the other event. Actually, no, we don't have any events, I don't think. Actually, no, we do have an event, but I think I'm mostly done the event. It's this is the last day to complete the Hollow digitized thing, which is actually very cool. Lois said, I've been slacking on Wuthering Waves as well. I don't know if I've been slacking. I still find time to play it every day. And truth be told, I've been jumping in to play like the one event because it's literally like a day away. And that's like, you get so many gems from just doing it. So I kind of am like, yeah, I probably should make an effort in that. But yeah, I'm also debating if I should get the battle pass for this. I don't think so. Because I don't really have, like, I'm going to be skipping the next character, even though I know she's probably great. Also, I should turn on the audio so we can hear the game sound. Got my monthly login things. This is the thing that's going to be going away. I completed most of it. The only thing I have left is this stuff right here. There is some stuff that I kind of want to get like this. This is pretty good. Same thing with the elite class and stuff.
Lone Syndicate said, since I've been focusing on my Ardmore, haven't had time to logo in.
Makes sense, man. Shit happens. I would definitely don't feel bad about it. It is what it is. I was gonna say though, there is something cool though that they give you for completing this event. It is a skin. Again, I wish more games did this. I actually like that ZZ is kind of finding fun ways to do this. It'd be cool if they did it with this like actual characters, but this is a consolation prize. But essentially, we have stuff like this. So this is the normal design, which is pretty cool. It's like purpley, but this is the one that you get for completing the event, which is this fucking like blood vampire-esque shit that looks crazy. But it's a skin that you can put on all of this Dreamless character set. I think the next Dreamless City thing will be this. I think also is just nice because it makes your account kind of more valuable if you have like a bang vault of all these mutant skins. It's good and bad though, because it's like we might like outgrow these artifact sets, so I'm kind of like, is that as good? But we're gonna be doing something that's a lot harder. This is the final challenge that I have, which is it has each one is fine. Basically, it's like this is normal, but then when we finally get into this is where it has by default this, which is a Sarcasm of Chaos. Is that right? Sarcasm? All enemies gain a stack of sarcasm every 15 seconds in battle. This effect can stack up to 10 times and gives them 20% attack. So if you're not killing them fast enough, they're doing more and more and more damage to you. So it's a little like, oh shit, the battle's going on way too long. I'm going to get fucking clapped. And again, this is something that, again, I think, like, as much as this is like a billion times better than Spiral Abyss to me. Not only is it fun in terms of how you can build your characters, not only did it give you ways in which you can like customize your character to have them feel like an entirely different beast, but also you can experience the new characters you wanted. Like again, the fact that you can go into like level 85, and the characters you can play the new
Lone
Painter
Syndicate
girl.
said, "Dang, only one day left. I need to hop to."
It's up there. You can play this person. You can play this person. If you want to test out some of these 4-stars, you can play them, and it's fun to try to see what kind of weird builds they have. Oh, that's why. I was like, why can't I move my joystick? But yeah, I, of course, as much as I think this is fun, eventually when you start pushing into like 80, 90, you need to either like, you need to know what character you're rocking.
1 day left, gang.
Yeah, it's pretty late. I managed to make a little dents over time. But we're going with Chang Li, because Chang Li, my girl, she is the one I trust the most. I'll bit my fucking tongue. Also, it's a little quiet. The silence haunts me. It's looped already. I'm ahead of the gang. All right, boom. Also, I have pseudo-optimized this to be decent. By that, I mean it's fine. When casting, your skill grants elemental flames equal to the damage of the 3-stage capture. Yeah, the immune damage is what you're here for. The fact that I take no damage whenever I activate that is pretty crazy. We're going to go with this one because it's just so good. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Go Dreamless. Dreamless is it's fast activating and it's good. What do we get? Basic attack damage or energy echo? Attack is increased by 18 for using echo. Yeah, attack is much better because it goes to everything opposed to just your basic attack. Ooh, not a great selection there, but we're going with Fire Guy. Now, for those guys who don't play this a lot, it's always slow in the very beginning, like painfully slow until you start getting enough stacks of things, and it's a little sad in that way. There. It's slow. It's kind of like you're chopping through the enemies until you get some hopefully good rolls, and then you're like, all right, now we're nuking shit fast. Also, this is how. So every time you have like they basically upgraded this incredibly if you haven't played it yet. But yeah, now you actually have to interact with these people, and you can choose whether you just want a dump of dream fragments, money, currency essentially, or have the companion. So that way you don't have to like if you accidentally went into this room, you're not forced to take this companion. It's kind of like an option, which is nice. After casting Echo's skill, resonator damage increased. Hell yes, that's gonna be great for bosses, and it makes me have access to Our Lady. We're gonna do this fierce struggle. Fierce struggle. Why? What was that? Damn it! What the heck? There. Good stuff. And this. Pop. This. This.
Volty said, let's speed run this loan.
Good luck. I will say, this event, I think it's a testament to, like, you can have fun with it. Like, again, this event would be hell if you couldn't switch up and try new characters. It'd be bad. It'd be very bad. Also, unlike before, the game automatically deploys your characters that you have assigned, so you don't have to sit there and like hope that they're there. They will just appear on field, which is really awesome. It makes it almost feel like you're playing like an RPG where like they're your companions that randomly decide to come and swoop in and help you, which is kind of cool. When attacked, gain shield. That's not terrible. That's worth grabbing. Yeah, we could refresh there, but it's fine. We kind of want damage, but stuff like that's not the end of the world.
Make it fast.
And one of these that will increase our resonator skill. We'll get close to them. This is probably going to be a waste. Pop, pop. Easy breezy. Thought there was going to be more enemies. Give me cat. Yes, good. Cat. We got that. Basic attack damage or nope. Basic attack damage is going to be fine. What is this? Void spirals, I guess, and cat. Alrighty, after casting your liberation spell, echo skill damage is increased. No. Let's re-roll that. Oh, good re-roll. No, never mind. Intro skill. Oh, wait, no. Intro skill increases attack by 50. That's not terrible. Yeah, we'll do that one. It's kind of stupid not to pick those when you have them. Also, yeah, so this is one of the new areas. It looks beautiful. It's like just a giant swimming pool. It's weird, but I like it. We'll pop. Do this. We definitely could use a healer. This should be our next big pop. Ooh, I got hit there. I got tagged. There. Yeah, we definitely would. I would love a healer. It just makes things a lot more chill. This is used basic attacks, reduce skill and liberation for one hit. So that's kind of tricky though. So there's attack reduce cooldown. That doesn't necessarily mean it gives you energy. It just means that you can like get to you can like back to back activate your ult, which for her is huge. So that's a must get, I think, for good old Chang Li. Echo skill increases critical damage. That's pretty huge. Let's do that. Echo skill increases critical damage by it's a must. That's a must take. Gain 40% attack, clear 2 memory zones with phantasm perilous enemies. Sacrifice resonate. Okay, yeah, so this one's tough. Massively increases our resonator skill damage. Casting resonator skill consumes 80% of your stamina though. That has never left me really wrong because our character it does a lot of movement anyway. Oh, I should have dodged that, but I did not. Go this way. Chill out. This.
Be reduced to cinders.
Pop with that. Pop with this. This. Dodge at the last minute. Worked out. I really need to get the other perk that she has, which is like in air I do like stacks of damage dealt, which is huge. Huge. It's nice to have. Do some of this. There. Not too bad. We still could use a little more damage. We're not quite like, it's not easy yet. It's doable, but this should be where we get the thing, hopefully. Let's get this. After dodging, restore 100% curtain energy. That's pretty good. It happens every 6 seconds. Yeah, I guess. I also give this our next level of that, so it's not the worst. Not too bad, but this is what we really want. Oh, never mind. I thought it was going to give us our next fragment thing. Obtain dream fragments equal to 100% of your current dream fragments owned. 700, that's not that much. Reduce max HP 35. Increase servant rank progress. But that, just give me that, I guess. It's not great, but it's fine. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. There's also the event that this is what we want. Sorry, this. Okay.
Lone Syndicate said, "Let's do it, Balti." Also, one of the new events is co-op, so we could do that as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, hell yeah, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Maybe we should also all do that. Attack within 30 seconds of the casting attacks. Flame, sacrifice, basic attacks, deal additional how many damage. So that's good, but this is the one that's crazy. While midair, damage dealt is increased by 20%, but it stacks 5 times. So, and it's just damage dealt. So I think it also affects your like lunges and shit. So it just nukes things. There we go. So got some healing. Enemy's defense is reduced when hit by their Euro Echo skill. That's pretty huge. We'll get that. We get a lot of good 5 stars, but here's what we kind of need to be careful with. When HP is maxed out, we do better shatter. When HP is maxed out, do more damage dealt. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, because we're mainly trying to scale up our innate damage. This is much better, though. Resonator Liberation cooldown is reduced by 50 and requires 50 energy to do that. Yeah, that sounds pretty good, too. What's this thing? Oh, no, this is the one that we need to get. Yeah. This is the one that resets our thing. This is what makes her, like, insane. We're using our Liberation thing, resets it again, so you can use it again. But now what else do we want to buy? Cooldowns is kind of good, but it's not as pertinent now that we have that. The Shatter is not terrible. It's the HP 100% that's a little bit tricky because we don't have that often. Yeah, let's get the critical stuff. I think that's just generally nice. And then we have a little bit more, so we'll get the Fuse. That should be good too for some fire. And we'll get some of that too, so we'll get more energy. Good stuff. Fierce Struggle or the Dream might be where we get another companion. So I think I might go with the Dreamscape, because the Dreamscape actually, yeah, it gives us a companion, which we need for Reina. Good, so now we're safe. I just needed some healing. We'll do this. I don't know why it didn't let me hit there. Okay, so now we're doing big boy damage. Now we're finally like nuking things within like one cycle. There it is. Verena, get up here. I feel like you're my one missing link. Because shit gets damage heavy here. And we need to kill fast. Thank you, Verena. Join the team. Good stuff. Verena is now here. Now we should be pretty good. Hello, doggo. No, there's no cat. No cat, sad. This. We will reroll this probably. Yes. Reroll. There it is. Increased general attack. Yes. Liberation gives us an attack increase. Hell yes. Oh, I should have also been jumping in that when I did that. We fought that boss badly. That enemy badly. Challenge time. This. Uh-oh. Well, that was bad. It could have been better. Woo! That was so fast. Oh, shit. Weaken them. Holy shit, we're nuking things too fast. We'll do this. Woo.
Who's the caged bird now?
Bang. Dead. There's more usually. That's it. Damn. Yeah, again, now we're cooking. Now we've got a lot of stuff. The stars have aligned. After being attacked, restore 1 HP for the maximum of a couple seconds. It's worth it, I guess. It's not perfect for us because we have Verena now. Verena kind of makes it so that we don't have to worry about our health anymore. Oh, that's good. Yeah, basic attacks. I know those fuckers haven't put like a legendary or a purple version of this, which is basic attacks when they hit increase your attack speed, stacking up to 5 times. So it actually is a substantial amount, but like they haven't given us like a much better version of that. Increases damage dealt by 70% when in these zones, but you'll take more damage. Yeah, that's fine. More damage for us. Again, the reason why that's important is because the longer the fight goes on, the worse this is going to be. So it's better to do as much damage as possible so they don't keep doing better and better damage. Yeah, I'm curious what the event is. Lone was saying that there's an event that is co-op based. I'm curious what that one is. It also reminds me I need to burn through the the other thing. Forgot to do that. There we are, slaughtering. A lot faster than the enemies can do anything. Attack stuff. Energy required to cast that is reduced by 80%. Ooh, that's actually huge. Yeah, that one's probably better than the actual that attack one because we're already seemingly doing enough attack damage. My worst case scenario is not having enough ult like this. Fuck that up too. I should have primed things a little bit better. Like this. That's going to destroy their defense. I could also do this. Hold down. Pop. there we go. Yeah.
Guests of the unkind.
What do we got? That. We should re-roll because nothing is very good. The dodge is not the worst. The attack is not as good. Re-roll. Ooh, it was worth it. When HP is at full, attack now affects shatter. Woo! Good stuff. Bang. Also, in this area, the special thing to keep out on is these dumb little trinkets, balloon inflatables, essentially. Ooh, this is the boss. Bosses have a weird spike to them, to where it's like this is a very chill experience, and then it's not. Also, yeah, we have a perk that makes it so we don't actually need to use the one thing. We'll do this.
The caged bird now.
Oh, I missed that one hit. Woo! We'll do this again. Woo! Ooh, don't be lighting me up too much. Oh, I'm out of stamina. Ooh. I just need to get to you. I could parry you, but I just want to be careful. God damn you, you're really fucking being a bastard about it. There. See, one of those bosses that just keeps flying up in the air and you're like, get down! Please! God damn you! Get over here, get this. Oh, more frost damage. When shield exists, Resonator's skill affects shatter. No, this is much better across the board, so we'll get that. Good. Now we get another big pooba. Another big pooba, sorry. When an attack, you have 4 of those stacks. Final attack, Resonator skill does that. That one's okay, I think. Yeah, it's on a 20-second cooldown, which is rough because we're built to kind of back-to-back stuff now. While 30 seconds after casting your heavy flame sacrifice basic attack deals additional damage equal to that of the basic attack. It's also pretty good. I think this is the one that we should get, though. Upon gaining inflamements, fusion damage dealt is increased by 20% for 10 seconds. Stacked up to 4 times. Yeah, so that's just gonna. It's also, again, it's tricky because it increases your fusion damage, not especially boosts up melee damage or something like that. It's no, this feeds into our E, our alt, our everything. So it's it can. That's the thing I think that I always fucked up in the past, where I was like, oh, this gives me more attack speed. And I was like, yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's not feeding into every other thing that you're doing. Just having something that says general attack increase is significantly good. Oh, this is kind of bad. Maybe not so bad. We're playing a character that can teleport everywhere. Oh, this is why it's bad. Gotcha. Pop. There we go. Oh, he's still alive.
Lone Syndicate said the Do Ecoid Dream of Slicktrick Sheep event is co-op.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's awesome. Alright, go take me to the other side. Pop this. Good stuff. Everything's dead. Is there more? Yep, there's one more. Good stuff. Easy breezy. I feel like you can kind of Spider-Man all the way around. Oh, you missed. I missed it. Or almost missed it. Oh, critical damage, yes. Sorry, I was just damn, this is actually a pretty good run. It could be worse, actually, but ha. Reduces base defense, but gives you more fragments. No, that's not as good. It's not very good. Last thing you want to do is make yourself hella weak. It's tough. Ooh, basic attack. It's restricted to basic attack. When attacking a target, damage dealt is increased by that much for that many seconds. Yeah, no, this is the one you go to. Even though this is 72%. Oh my god, it's basic attack restricted, whereas this is all damage dealt, and it can easily be stacked up with how many times we hit. Ha! Next. After Resonator skill liberation restores Resonator skill damage. Yeah, this is skill damage one. So it just makes us do more damage in the whole sequence of things. This is why this character is so good, though, is I think she just does everything really well. You can't really lose. Yeah. Let's do this. Pop. Bang. Damn. When attacking, hits 20 target or hit 20 times. It drops a big nuke, but is it as good as just buffing up my skill damage? It's at, yeah, no, it's probably for the best. That one's 300, this one's 800. Yeah, let's just go with that. Oh fuck! Oh god, they're hurting actually. That is the sketchy thing, is we're like, yeah, they do nuke us as soon as we start getting hit a little bit. It's like, oh shit, oh, I wasn't right for this. Critical damage or more liberation damage, which is our alt damage. Hell yeah, that. Am I not missing anything? Yes. Okay, so this is another little secret. So if you go past this, you'll be able to get access to all these other enemies right here, and you'll get another cat if you kill this kind of like micro boss. Oh, so that's so cool. Again, your companions will just do stuff without you needing to hit buttons. So you're like, oh fuck, we just nuked that guy like that. Then we get another cat. But yeah, it's crazy seeing your fucking people just bang. What this game about? This game is called Wuthering Waves. It's similar to Genshin in some capacity. It's similar to ZZZ in the sense that it's an open world gacha game. But yeah, essentially it is. I love it. I think it does. Like, to me, it's a better version of Genshin. I think ZZZ is an entirely different type of game, so it's not really a good comparison point. But yeah, I think I adore this. I really like the game. It's same thing though. It's like you're basically exploring this world. You're leveling up your characters. The only thing is that this game is exceptionally generous. It seems like it just makes it's most things you can just attain. When attacking a target, you gain 6% of that. How many times can that stack? 10 times. I do think that'd be better than just this, and that would give us some defense, which we kind of need. So let's go with that. Attack is good, but right now I feel like I'm more worried about like when the boss eventually hits us, because sometimes the bosses spend like 90% of the fight teleporting, and you're like, God damn it, stop it. Let's go to unknown, because dreaming will give us a special thing. This one's tough. It's sometimes like, do you want some upgrades for your thing? And I'm like, no. I always skip by this because I just can't be bothered. Too much dialogue. Spend 400 dream fragments to obtain 2 random metamorphoses. Yeah, we have a lot of money, so we might as well do that. Ooh, not bad. Oh, basic attack. It's not as good, but this is huge. Increases our damage for that. That was a solid get. It's probably one of the strongest runs we've gotten. Woo. Golly. Here we go.
Fury boils.
My blade yearns.
Fury boils.
Beckon the divine.
We'll do this. We're in the air. We got some stacks. We'll pop. We'll do this again. He should probably die to this. Oh, you're still alive for all that? Damn. Yeah, in the air stuff. We stack up so much damage at this point. Attack percent after each skill. Echo skill does more damage. No, that's not what we really need. That's good enough. We should probably start refreshing to like get something better, but it's kind of a catch-all. Energy recharge. We don't really need energy recharge, but that gives us our next phase of that. That's kind of worth it. Reduces defense. No, it's not worth it at this point. Additional 2 stuff. Yeah, that's also not worth it at this point. It's too early or it's too late in the fight. But finally, Nog says, "Peace, Red. Bye, Red. Thanks so much for stopping by. Enjoy your what do you call it? The one game." The one game I keep again. I don't know how to describe it. I've heard a bunch about it, but then I heard nothing about it at the same time. Woo. Oh. I feel like it was. It's one of the Armored Core is one of those games where I heard everyone talk about it, and then I haven't heard a peep out of anyone who talked about it for a while.
Who's the caged bird now?
Oh, he's doing some bullshit.
Fury boils.
I want to pop once with this. Do a pop. Do this so I'm not getting hit by that other thing. Dodge just in case he follows through, which it does look like he was going to. Pop with this. Do this. We can hit him again, but I want to save it just in case it gets a little dicey. We can melt him down just like this. Woo, we got SSS rank just then. Golly. I don't know if this is it, though. I think we have one more chunk to go. Yeah, we do. We do. Attack percent, that's looking pretty good. yeah, again, it's funny because like I used to fall for this, which is like I am building Resonator skill damage. I should go with Resonator skill damage, right? No, because you're getting specifically Resonator skill damage, which is not your liberation, by the way, so it's not even your ult. Or you could just go with attack percent, which feeds into everything, and yeah, and would net into like a net positive for your damage. Definitely go with that one. Anyway, then we got another thing to fuck around with. This is where stuff gets a little bit tricky because I could just go into Resonator skill damage increase, but that's not going to be as good as I think this. Within 30 seconds after casting heavy attack, flame sacrifice attack deals additional damage equal to 3 charges of your basic attack. This effect can trigger every 3 point some seconds. Yeah, that's I think significantly better than this. Which, final attack Resonator skill does more damage. That's not bad either. That's like basic attack damage in this, which I think we're still building out our skill to be pretty good. I think we should go with that one, actually. That's tough. That's where it gets a little tough.
Lone Syndicate said, I would always consider getting attack first than whatever your character scales with.
Yeah, again, I in the past I was like, I'll just fit the thing. And I'm like, it doesn't make sense. Why am I doing that, you know?
Guests of the unkind.
In options like this, yeah, it's not the worst to go for a skill damage because it's kind of what we are doing that predominantly, but yeah. Go. Pause this. Pop. That should kill most of you. Also, again, this character is just like, I'm over here, and guess what? Yeah, my little harpy wing feathers just go just eviscerate. Oh shit, it's all the way back there. I don't even think we have too much money at this point. I think we're like 5-6K, which is usually enough to buy everything you need, especially at this point. But hey, what's good? Kai says, or was this game? Yeah, this game is just I think similar to Genshin, open world gacha game. Also, what's good? Fire. Fire says, is a gacha game like Genshin, or is it? No, it's like a gacha game like Genshin. It's just like notorious for being one of the most generous gacha games that's out right now, at least. Like it lets you pick your first 3 for free characters. So that was what it was at the start, but I still think like again, they just gave us another free 5-star character that's like a guy who's like an attacker who scales pretty well. So like it's not as like the gacha games kind of are notorious for being like, oh, I got to sell a kidney to play this, and it's like no. At best, this is one of the few ones where you legitimately just need to play it. After casting your skill, ooh, this is crazy. Skill damage dealt is increased by 20%, but also your attack speed and movement speed is increased. That is a must get. That's gonna be insane. It's gonna be wild. I'll go unknown again because I have my characters I'm enjoying right now. Talk to this guy again. Hello, sir. What riddle do you got for me? And by that I mean, let me just skip to the actual resources you can give me. Breeze, tranquility, give me tremor. There we go, skill stuff, not bad. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. Death or fierce struggle? Deathmatch is actually pretty fun. Let's go with deathmatch. I think deathmatch actually has a high chance of giving you a special thing.
Make it fast.
Do this. Oh, this is actually a problem. This is guy's a bad time.
Reduced to cinders.
We'll do this.
Who's the caged bird now?
Well, activate. Okay, I can activate my cycle. I couldn't do my rotation.
Guests of the unkind.
Echo skill damage. Echo skill damage is increased. No. All echo skill stuff and reroll. I'll take the shield. Casting echo skill increases critical team. No, that one's actually better. critical rate for my whole team when I cast my echo skill. Casting resonator skill increases concert energy when attacking. Hit a target, more damage. Hello, miss. You have a deal for me. Reduce HP. Nope. Gain effect after defeating 3 enemies. Resonator skill cast skill summons a hyper cube. Oh wow, that's actually fucking great. That's solid, actually. Defeating 3 enemies gives you this special skill. Nice. Now we have I think finally we're at the end. It's not that long. This is the longest it'll ever be. Heavy attack damage increased by 50. It's specific to my stuff. Within 30 seconds after casting attack, flame sacrifice basic attack deals additional damage equal to that. It's not the worst one. Yeah, that's probably the best one. Because we just got an upgrade that increased our attack speed. Yeah. Probably that one. No, the attack, the skill, because I think I have one that feeds back all my skill damage into my ult, so I kind of would make that one better. But anyways, when attacks hit a thing, increases your critical rate. I kind of got a lot of critical rate is the thing. Shatter damage. Let's re-roll, even though that's not the smartest, but it wasn't, because we got recharge. Yeah, let's go with Echo skill again, which I guess why not? It's the only one that's not shitty. But now we have 5k. I think we should be able to spend it on everything. For every one resonator energy, restore 1 skill damage is increased. Ooh, that's it. Wait, what? For every 1 resonator energy, resonator skill damage is increased by that. Okay, so if I have a full ult, then I'll have like 100% more damage on my skill. That's not bad. Resonator liberation cooldown reduced by 50. The required resonator energy is reduced by 50. That one's okay. I already found my thing comes back fast. Resonator skill damage increases your attack. That's definitely a must buy. That's going to increase all of our stuff just by activating one ability. Yeah, what's about this one? Ooh, resonator skill damage. Much better. Hell yeah. Echo skill cooldown resets after liberation. Yeah, that's not bad. That gives when you use your Echo skill, at least for this one, it makes you invulnerable to damage. Invulnerable to damage. That one we'll use. That one's good. The whole energy thing. So we'll have more damage when we're using our skill. Resonator liberation cooldown reduced by 50%. Is there anything else that's sticking out to me that I might not be able to get if I get this? Probably not. Successful damage increases your critical rate by 40%. That's wild. Let's get this one. And then get this one. And then I think, honestly, we might be able just to buy everything because it's kind of a waste not to. Just because I think this is the last push. Do we need Electro in any capacity? I guess fuck it. Yeah, might as well just buy everything. Yeah, there's no point hanging on to the money. Alright, goodbye, my friend. Time for the final death match. Let's rock. Oh, it's also Scar.
Fury boils.
Oh, I should have went in here with a alt.
Beckon the divine flames.
Scar you got to be careful with because he'll do a lot of damage out of nowhere. Like that. Oh. We're going to use this window to do some damage, not get overly zealous. We have a lot of opportunities to damage. We're going to do this. This. This again. This one more time. We're in the air, but we still got hit by that. We gotta be careful. We will do this a bunch. Do this one more time. I say, am I getting hit by that final hit? Oh, dodged it at the last minute. Holy shit. Trying to get out of there because that's all death. Oh, I just died.
Who's the caged bird now? Beckon the divine
I'm fucking up. I should use my E. Get out of there. Oh. Damn, man. That's the thing that's just brutal. Again, I find that's the thing that I do feel like they probably should work on that a little bit. That feels a little disingenuous where, like, you're nuking things the entire time instantaneously. And then there's this boss that's just like, no. Like, it just doesn't feel like you're progressing. It feels like you're like, why am I fighting all these assholes who don't do any damage? Totally get to the end where it's just like, I'm God. It's like, well, what the hell? Shouldn't I be like fighting your at least angels on the way up instead of it just being like, nope, you're fighting human beings and then God. And you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's also fucked up because I don't know what hit me there. It's also, that's the other thing that's a little bit tough with this game is there's so much bloom that you're like, I think, am I in the death zone? I can't tell. There's just so much going on. That's a little bit shitty. Let's go here. I'm not going to be able to get these last little chunk of Primo Gems because I think they have you doing weird specific things like using Denji to clear an area. Yeah, I hate when they do something like that. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say I hate it. I do hate it. I wish it was like, you get not Primo Gems. I wish you didn't have to spend like, put it behind a currency I want. Granted, I probably should have done that instead of doing that one because there's not much incentive to do that one because it's the highest difficulty tier, which I kind of prefer that they don't make. It's like super gaudy. But yes, that's done. We have some stuff to buy. We can't buy a lot, though. I don't think that's really standing out to me is these. Yeah, I don't want the turtle. I don't really want that one either. Maybe we should get that one. Yeah, let's try to buy all these. These are the only thing that seems to me like I would regret not getting. This is kind of part of it, though. I like these do seem neat. The elite class things. Fusion damage set. Yeah, why not? Get one of those. And then, yeah. And then we'll call it. That'll be good. Yeah, you can really, again, you can grind a ton of gear out of this. And it's kind of worth it. It's 20 of these, 20 of these, 20 of these. It's not bad.
Bolty said the echoes, which you can choose.
Yeah. And the echoes I could choose, though, I'm probably sitting on like 1,000 of them. How do I find that, Bolty? Do I just go to my bag? I feel like I gotta be sitting on like 1,000 of that damn resource. Is it these? Yeah, I am. I'm sitting on so many. Let's use one of them. Let's use it on. It did tell me what was the one that was fusion. Fusion damage is. Frozen set is that. Molten Rift set is Verblaze Sauron. This one. Unlock that. We got one of you. Can I see you? View. Fusion damage, attack. It's not terrible. And yeah, we can't control the substats though. That's the only thing. It's like it's kind of neat, but is it that good? Because how is it good? Like I don't understand. Like I could just farm this guy and get fusion sets. Like I got plenty of fusion sets. Weirdly enough, because I just keep dumping my resin into fusion stuff. So like this feels weird to me. Like this, we have so much of this. We have 47 of the Overlord class, whatever the hell this is. Can I just use one? Cool. That's so many. The echoes which you choose are important. How though, Bolty? I don't like. So I believe you. I just don't know what I'm not thinking.
Bolty said that's lucky. It's actually not that easy.
It's not that easy to get like one that has fusion. So it could be like a fusion set with like attack percent or something. Because I've been like just dumping my resin into the artifact set every day, and I have like a bazillion. I haven't even looked through all of them. Like I go to my artifacts and I go to sorry, not artifact, this. And I go to my artifacts and I switch it to the molten set, and then I go to like a 3-piece. I have like so many that I've had to like pin because they're potentially good because they have like attack percent or fusion damage or something like that, and I have like thousands and I haven't even looked through them. So like maybe I'm not sure if like does it give you a better version of this, or it just gives you another chance at getting like a specialized set of like this plus fusion. Is that why like also like attack percent is better because theoretically it can be used on any person, kind of, even though the set is specific to molten, so it kind of you can kind of use it on everyone, but it's not exactly. But yeah, same thing with this guy. I've yet to like dedicate time, but I have been farming so much of the like the void set that it's insane. Oh, sorry, not void set, the havoc set, that like holy shit, I have 1,000 of these fucking things. It's crazy. It essentially beats grinding for them. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's the only thing that I haven't done. If I've been slacking off in this game in any way, it's that I haven't been grinding my like 20 kills on a world tier boss. I just keep forgetting to do it. It's not the top of my priority, weirdly enough, even though it should be, because it's probably the one thing that's like when I'm eventually going to go build my Havoc guy. I probably should be killing this person like at least every other day, essentially, just to get one copy of him. But I haven't been because I've been being lazy. But what should I spend my points on? My resin. We should dump it into. Sorry, I got a bump in my chest. Yeah, this has been my plight. I just dump my points into here or here. And I've dumped my points into here for like 2 weeks, so I think I'm good. But I'm kind of like, meh. Also, Nong says, if you're talking about Armored Core, think various Gundam nukes and shit out of everything other. No, yeah, I think Armored Core looks really cool, Nong. I think it looks fun. I don't know if it's for me. Again, I'm not really big into mecha. I know it's a big industry, but I just remember like seeing a bunch of stuff for it, and then I think it's because like there was no Souls game for a while there, and then people were like just trying to find anything, and then they just grappled onto this, Armored Core, sorry, just to kind of cover it. So that's why I think I had like an inflated version of people's like super hype for it, because I think it's like, I don't know, I feel like if I were to give my like a mech game to my niece, there'd be a smaller chance of her enjoying it if I were to give her like a Skyrim or something that's more like, hey, just run around this world and be a fantasy character, you know? It's like, you're getting into big machines and battling creatures, and it's a high skill ceiling. It's like just more it's restrictive as far as like the audience, I think. But yeah, that's the only thing that had me thinking like, Start this up. I will say this is the only plight that is doing that special event where like, I'm a god, I feel like I kill things in 2 seconds, and then you play as your mortal self and you're like, I hate myself. Why am I like this?
Balti said the Armored Core tutorial boss took my soul away.
Oh no, the tutorial boss? That would be hella demoralizing.
Together we vanish. Take 4.
I don't know if I've reached max potential with my Chang Li yet, but I think we're close. If not pseudo there, you know what I mean? As much as I would like to be like, no, we still have hope. I think I've gotten kind of as much as I can. Like my artifacts, I don't know if I can push them any harder. You know what I mean? I think I might have fucked up. Yeah, you got to make sure you wait to have your character pop. I activated it too early, so I didn't get that.
My blade yearns. Take 4. Triumph through sacrifice.
I'm so weak. I will save this charge ult thing for the next go. Bang.
My blade yearns.
Lone says, I would always consider getting attack for them. Well, yeah, the one character. Choose echoes are important. Those lucky is always getting not that easy. Essentially, beat the grinding for them. She is the easiest to farm. Just spam the lowest diff. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. So I don't even need to do her at the harder tier. I can just spam it at the lowest tier and it'll still give me pretty good. Okay. Okay. I didn't even think about that. Is that for all like the world tier bosses? Like just do them at the lowest possible tier because you might as well. Just spam the lower tier one. Nog says not only that, but the last Armored Core before 6 came out was like 8 years ago. Damn. Well, I don't know, man. There's a lot. I feel like that's happening a lot, where there's like a lot of good games that we haven't gotten sequels for a while, you know, and it's kind of annoying to see them take so long to make. You're like, it surely doesn't take this long to do the thing. You're just all being weird about it. I'm surprised I didn't kill you. Dude, I have seen the videos, by the way, of Chang Li, or not Chang, sorry, Caesar, and holy shit, man! I will say that the shield does look very Zhongli-like, where you're like, I'm unpenetrable. Essentially, like I cannot be killed. I am locked in. 'Tis brutal. But I feel like the CC thing might be a pseudo trap a little bit, like not just a little bit. I'm trying to find any weakness. It's like maybe the CCC thing is like, I don't know if it can actually be used because it's like right around that rank of like, I feel like it's better just to not even think she has CCC because you spend your time trying to CCC an enemy and it'll fuck it up. Also, Nong says, yeah, the tutorial boss is a pity, mainly because you can't customize your AC yet at all. Oh, I see. So you have to like, you're forced to use this weird like parrying, whatever it might be, whatever the limitation might be. That's shitty. Yeah, man. If there's any game that I wish like some modder just went ham on it, and it's sad because like I hear nothing but good things. And I heard the other day that they're not making. I don't know if they're not making DLC for it, but anyways, there's some weird thing about Baldur's Gate 3 where like the designers said that they're not. I don't know if it's that they're not making DLC for it or it's that they're not planning on making a sequel. I don't think it was that. I think maybe not a sequel recently or like soon. It was something. It was like some sort of interview where like the guy who voices the iconic Fabulous the Gay Elf, etc. What do you call it? He was saying something about something akin to that, where he was saying no, they're not really wanting to do something like that. And I was like, oh, okay. And smash, and this, and bang. But yeah, again, Baldur's Gate, it's like, it sucks because, like, to me, it does seem like, again, this generation's Skyrim to some extent, but at the same time, I'm like, why did it have to be top-down? Why couldn't I immerse myself in this world fully? And it's tough because I want to hope, like, I would hope that, like, oh, the designers are like, cool, now that we made all this money on this very popular game, maybe we could take it to the next level and give, like, a third-person and a first-person mode for people who want that kind of thing. Well, I don't know if they will. I don't know if they will. I feel like they're like, nah, we'll stay the same and do it the same way we did. I'm like, oh, okay. Which I guess makes sense, you know. Don't break what's not fixed, broken for the fans that you're making a game for, but at the same time, it's like, oh, I don't think their fans would hate it if you had the option to look at yourself or look through, like, the eyes of the main character. Also, damn it, why didn't I dead my thing? One of these, and then this. Bolty, would you talk story with me as we wind down after I'm done cashing in the festival points? Just as we can wind down, because I know not everyone is into it, but I'm into it. And this is the last stream for 2 days, because we have to stream on, that's 2 days, yeah. It's 2 days. We have to stream on Tuesday, I think it is. Whenever. I will say, it's whenever Caesar is out. So if Caesar's out at like 9 p.m., I probably won't stream. I'll just wait until tomorrow morning to do it, or whatever day after it is. So just a heads up, in case it's like, yeah, it's technically out on Tuesday, but not really, because it's a nightmare. All that. Setting up all my stacks. We pop now. Bang. That should kill it. Nope, close. Not quite. My fucking E skill is stronger than everything else I have, which is weird. I don't feel like that's how it should be. I'm not even using my one character's special ability. The one girl. Do this. Oh. That won't even be enough. Dang. Well, I did not calculate that properly. Let us go over here and then to this thing. Have you guys been doing this event? This event I've enjoyed, but I also find a little meddlesome, a little bit. Little fucky. Oh, my eye. Uh-oh, is it over? Oh, maybe I let that slip through my finger. No, it's there. Begin. Yeah, there's still quests. Oh, it's all the way up there. There's still quests I need to grind out for that. Oh, my eye. Let us quickly bang this out. I think I am actually basically reached the end game of economy minigame, essentially. This, and then we have a ton of that. So we'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll be good. Bang, 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 bang. Go, 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 go. Good stuff. A rank, $400,000. Wouldn't it be crazy if money was that easy to make? It actually might be if you have like a stupid amount of capital already built up. Action, we have her maxed out. We have her maxed out because we are just locked in with our action lasses and ladies. Boom. It's the same thing. Anyways. But is it depending on your world tier, you can only get that low. Keep that in mind and not accidentally swap your world level. What do you mean, Bolty? Are you saying like so when I go to fight the Dreamless lady, I can just nuke it all the way down to the lowest possible difficulty because it theoretically will still give me the same like there's like it'll still give me a 5-star drop of her essence of her like soul or echo, sorry. Is that what you mean? But like if I were to do it in the world tier, I can't lower the world tier of like say the Hell Rider because I would be lowering the like actual good part about him. Like I'd be like lowering the quality of him. Is that what you mean? Oh, they're talking about different things. I should probably upgrade my characters actually. I want to max out a knowledgeable person. We'll dump them all into you. Chang Li, my love, take it all. Is that it? That might be it. Yep, I fucked up. We need to give too much probably. Do this. This is gonna make bank. Max you out, max you out. This is gonna be probably our best bet. Let's see. This should be S rank. Unless no one dropped the ball. This should absolutely be S rank. Yes, 400k again. Gnarly. Same thing. S rank. We'll do the highest tier one again. This and then this, and then this. Boom, go. Bop. Bop. And up. S rank again. 4K again. Boom, 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 boom. I definitely think we're going to be able to fully max up my thing at finally. Yes, this is the last run, which is knowledge, and same thing. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Actually, let's dump all that into one of our companions that have this then, and you're the highest one there, so we'll do the U. Boop. Hand boop. Hand boop. Won't be able to max you out, unfortunately. Hopefully that'll be enough. This. Bop, and... Ooh, we'll do this, and then we need your higher knowledge. No, our higher effort. Let's do that. Last run, give me some money. S rank, solid. Oh my god, almost 1 million in one run. Golly. Good stuff. And now we can finally build up all the rest of our thing. Oh, maybe not. We have 3. We have 3 left. Oh, and that's a million. That's 1 million to upgrade that. Damn. Expensive. I think the vent is actually almost gone too, so we might not be able to level up everything by the time we have. Actually, oh no, shit, we are. We're fully leveled up. We did it. We completed the event. Everything's at max star rating, which cost millions. But hey, this was one successful one. We got 700 in the bank to do nothing with. Say less. Let's improve the friendship of Cube Boy, I guess. There we go. Good stuff. And... yeah, I think we have enough to buy. Actually, no, we don't. Yeah, because we need to complete these damn challenges. My only thing that I haven't done yet in this, which is the story completion, which is, yes. I just haven't gotten around to it. We need one more. When is this event going away? Let me just quickly see. Also, might as well do this. This is also easy to achieve. I've maxed out, or almost maxed out the event. It is going away in 6 days. We have plenty of time still to do the story. I say that, and it's going to slip away from me, and I'm going to be like, God damn it. There is also the alloy smelt one. This one. Oh, is this the one that you were saying that we can do co-op with? This one event, by the way, is pretty fun. It's pretty easy to bang up too. It's like fast. You can do that one fast. This one is one that's going away fast. You should do this one. This one probably has the most resources to get, and I would highly just suggest getting these special skins because that's the only thing that's valuable there. I still haven't really tested out this character, so I probably should get my primo gems from there. It's gonna be going away 6 days, and I think. Oh, I forgot about this fucking thing. This is the thing I might fucking fail on. Ready supplies needed for surveying? Well, I may not be able to get that one. Ooh, I definitely should try to. Because I've got 4 days, complete 2 things each time. It's not impossible to get to the next thing. Anyways, that's 400 fucking primo gems just in that. That's insane. Especially for like, I think, yeah, I mean, this one's 1,000, 2,000, 100,000 and some change essentially. All right, let's fucking chat a little bit. Oh my golly, my head, my ears are sweaty because that damn headset. Oh, my body. Ladies and gentlemen, we streamed for a pretty good bit. Also, maybe we didn't stream for that long, but we did a lot. we banged out some good ZZ content. We burned our resin. We got everything settled. Again, I'll probably grind on my time in the gap between both of Caesar and that stuff. Granted, I do have a video I need to make, so we'll see. We'll see. Let me just reach out and hang out with you guys for a little bit. I should probably put something in the background just so it's not completely nothingness. This, and where is watch later? There was this gameplay that I would want to put there, but it's not quite perfect. I could just type in Dragon Age Vanguard, that's the one. Type in gameplay. Good stuff. That gameplay, boom. And that is this. No, I don't want to. That's good. Good. I didn't want to show you the gameplay that I had because it's of yes, it's of it has like a fucking. Is this one I have it too? They have like a fucking sponsorship in the middle of the video, so I don't want to see like Factor. Actually, you want to eat fresh food? It's frozen food, etc. Yeah, food. All right, Nog says, yeah, the tutorial boss is a pity, mainly because I can't customize your AC yet, and the starter shit is so ass when you put it together like that, not optimized in the slide. Yeah, I get that. What? But I think personally, Elden Ring And maybe it's just me, but I think like with them adding that DLC that just gave you like fuck tons more content and kind of like balanced out a lot of the fun things, like made like I feel like Faith was in a much better place when with the DLC and all these kinds of things. I feel like it turned, at least in my opinion, Elden Ring into the FromSoft's best game essentially, or like, yeah, I'd say best game. Maybe not best game, but like, yeah, I'd say like it's their masterpiece as far as like it's not so far into like the niches of like it's very hard to do something general for like most people and then have it resonate still with all of those types of people. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing I think with Skyrim, where as many people talk shit to it because it's kind of just a game that's overplayed at this point. But at the time, man, that was like incredible, you know? Like it was a game made for a lot of people. Like that was kind of like the magic of Bethesda back in the day, I think, where so many of those games were very like it's for everybody. We want everyone to have a chance to enjoy this, but then it also still hit for damn near everybody. And I feel like Bethesda has kind of lost that in that sense, where they haven't like they need to try stuff and like add depth to things to make people really engage with their games again. Ubisoft is also like a fucking this is the main thing for them as well that they've lacked on a little bit for the last couple of years. But he says, depending on the world tier, you can only go that low to keep that in mind. So keep that in mind. Accidentally swapping your world tier. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's what you're trying to say. I'm gonna tell you about my new developments for my MC in a second. Hit me with a bolt whenever you get a chance. Nalik says they're not doing either for Baldur's Gate 3. If I remember right, Wizards of the Coast got their panties in a bunch, pretty much, wanting too much control and shit. Oh, can you explain, Nog? What do you mean by that? Like, is Wizard of the Coast the people who made the game, or is it the people, or is it like the publisher who is like Baldur's Gate the people who develop Baldur's Gate? Do they own the IP, or do they build out a game for them? Yeah. I'm curious. I don't know how whole thing sequence. I do know that Baldur's Gate was in development for like years in like early access. So it was again, Baldur's Gate's like one of the biggest shocks for me, just because of not for me, but like the idea of like, oh, you can have your game in early access and it still just hit like a fucking freight train as soon as it launches, and have everyone just like fall in love with it completely. Because usually like when something's in the zeitgeist and like available, it's not as special as when it's like unveiled. I.e., like again, I keep mentioning it with Skyrim being like, here's all of the game that you can do all of the things immediately all at once. Okay, Boldy says, yeah, low difficulty you can choose is essentially what I mean. You might not choose the lowest difficulty, but some difficulties below. Okay, so like the difficulty that would still give me legendary, right, but lower. So I don't need to do the max difficulty of the Dreamless Girl. I just need to do lower. Is that right? Because it would still theoretically drop me an artifact given the world tier that I am. Because I have like the always get a legendary whenever you kill an enemy, or so whenever you get an artifact, you get a legendary equivalent of the artifact. Woody says, okay, I beat difficulty 4. Now I can chat. Okay. Is there a spider crawling across my table? I think I got like eye floaters in my eye, and then they just fucking, and then I think there's spiders crawling on my desk. I'm sure actually be a spider, and I'm just like gagging myself. Lone says, sorry, Lone, I don't have my headphones on. Sometimes I need a break, so I didn't get I probably get fucking, there's probably like a woman talking over me while I was chatting. Lone says, also real quick, I wanted to talk about this manga I read a few weeks back. So it's called Survival in Another World with My Mistress, and quick TLDR, it's basically itchy anime Minecraft and an actual story. What? Explain more? I'm confused. Nong says, Wizards own Dungeons and Dragons, which Baldur's Gate is. Oh, I see. That's ass. It feels very the same thing as the Witcher games kind of fiasco, where like the guy the guy who made The Witcher, the like novels, notoriously hates the video game. And says like it's a piece of shit. He hates it so much, and it's just like it's one of the most loved like games ever. And I don't know, it just always rubs me the wrong way of like, you might be like, I enjoy what they did with it, but it's not my story. Like it's not exactly like what I wrote, in my weird nuances and all that stuff. But again, most of the time it's because like, yeah, if you took a game and made it identical to what happened in the game into the novel, it would just be like it'd be the hardest movie to make ever, because you're going through all of the detail of animating everything and all these possible. It's crazy. It'd be crazy. Anyways, it seems like a similar thing of that. And again, it's so frustrating that like no one gives a shit until you start making money, until you start getting awards, and they're like, well, actually, that was me. Like, it reminds me of like executive bullshittery, where like, man, heaven forbid you have something successful, and like it's again, like I almost feel bad for some companies like Helldivers to some extent, where like you can tell they were clearly just making a game they thought were fun. They were entirely expecting it to fucking botch, and they were just gonna make the next game because as long as they made okay money, they'd be fine. But as soon as it starts doing well, it's like a notorious thing within the gaming industry where like 18 executives or publisher people will be like, hey, so let me get my hands in on this, because it's all about like progressing your career. So like you can be like, hey, I was involved in this, and this is like, I was involved, like imagine if your resume said you were involved with Baldur's Gate 3, Outer Worlds, because it's just a niche popular game, and then fucking like Apex Legends or some shit. People are gonna be like, holy fuck, this guy's like a magic man. The reality is this fucking dickhead puts himself in every position, and then gets a warped sense of understanding of his own worth and his tips and advice, and then like ruins shit, and yeah, and then just like collects some, like it chops off your arm, takes it for himself, chops off your foot, takes it for himself, and then people only see like, look how many arms and legs this man has. Bad example. I don't know why it's a value statement to have arms and legs. Hey.
Bolty said, so Grin, I mentioned before that I want my mech to have two abilities, one he gets to choose and one that is his innate ability.
I love it.
He doesn't know about AKA being an chosen apostle of sin of gluttony.
Ooh, yeah, no, I love the premise. I also like the fact that he has an
Lone Syndicate said the MC wakes up in this world in the middle of a forest and finds out he basically has Minecraft abilities. He can craft, has an infinite inventory, the whole shebang. Then this dark elf finds him.
Oh, okay. I'm curious how that pans out, Lone. I was also gonna say, if you, I want to suggest you an anime, or not an anime, sorry, it's a manhwa. So it's colored. It's like a colored comic. It's awesome. So if you're into like the anime novel thing, you're gonna love the show. It's not very booba heavy though, the manga, or the manhwa. Sorry. But if you're wanted something to read, it's like one of the better like written manhwa out there. It's very similar to like Minecraft, in the sense that the guy like gets like a shitty ability called like dig at the last minute to save his life, and he ends up like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Hit me with it. I'll have to find it for you. I'll give it to you at the very end of the stream. But it's very well written. But it's also like a character the trope is basically everyone gets pulled into this like death realm where you have to like progress and go to the next level. The main character basically has like shitty skills. A lot happens, but basically his party beats the level, and then the level resets. But before it resets, he basically like digs into the ground. So all of the traps get reset. No, he falls into a trap. Sorry, that's right. He falls into a trap, and then he like waits for things. Everything gets reset, so then the thing above him gets buried. So then he ends up just digging to try to survive. So then he unlocks something called dig. He ends up digging more. He ends up like getting better at digging, so he can like shape land. And then he ends up like getting like a beast to help him, and it's like him slowly building up from the ground up, but it's so satisfying. And it's just him getting like dog shit skills, but being forced to use them so much to where he unlocks like useful shit about them. Like he eventually starts making like these fucking towering golems and shit. He just becomes broken. But he's also like he's like it does such a good job about playing in the game space where like it's technically like you're in a video game where the level resets, and he's like gamifying that. So he'll like get like these fruit that are rare, he'll go let the game reset, he'll eat the fruit, go outside, get more special fruit, let it reset again when the next party goes by, and he's just like an old man, or not an old man, but he's like a young kid who's a bastard, just leeching off the land. It's very fun. I'll give it to you at the end of the stream. Anyways, back to Bolty's thing. What do you call Bolty? I love the idea of having an innate skill and then having a chosen skill. I think that's so much fun, especially gluttony. I think gluttony is such a, I wonder, are you going to do, is it like just an innate skill that has a limitation and then a positive, or are you doing something like that I think I want to try dabbling in, which is like a skill tree where like you can have this whole web of evolution as you're progressing through this thing, and having your character have to make choices about what he wants the skill to kind of be. Whether you want to reclaim gluttony as like a skill that can be used for good, or just hyper lean in to the skill being monstrous, and then even maybe having the character be put in a situation in which he has to maybe he strives to make gluttony not a completely monstrous evil skill, but then is put in a position where he's like, it's either I choose the negative option where gluttony like traps a soul and torments it for eternity, and corrupts my own mind a little bit, but allows me to get information, and that information will help me save somebody, but it kind of fucks me up in a little bit. That kind of weaving, you know. And you could force your main character in a situation which you have to make the quote-unquote wrong choice in this one context. And that could have something that he could have to, that could be they call it in storytelling like an internal issue. Every story without an internal issue feels very meaningless and hollow. Like your character has to overcome something, your character has to feel like he's improving in some capacity. So yeah. I might not get. I understand. It's one of those things that I'm not even sure, Lone, if it would be something you really can. I think it's fun. I just like it's tough because you want to give someone the right thing when they need it. So like if someone's like, I'm kind of wanting to watch something like goofy, pervy, harem-y, goofy nonsense, and then I give you one that's not as pervy. I'm not sure if that one's as fun to watch for you. So I'm like, this is one that you should keep in the back burner when you're like, I need to kill some time. That. Maybe after you've like busted 7 times, you're like, I don't even want to feel. I don't even want to feel attracted to anything. Bodhi says, so the first ability is survival instinct. That's a solid one. I struggle with that, Bodhi, actually. I struggle with that one too. I kind of feel like I go back and forth in my head of like with the story I'm telling. I'm sorry to be so selfish about my thing, but I was gonna say I go back and forth in my head. I'm like, do I want to give him like one of the choices he'd make is like having a information like skill tree or like ability. Like if you got to choose any skill, and idiots would be like super ultimate death sword strike or something, and the main character is like, I'm gonna choose the one that sounds infinitely uninteresting but is like what do you call it, greater knowledge or something like that, or survival instinct or all-seeing eye or whatever the hell it could be. That way it's like a device that I can explain to my reader what the fuck's going on without it being cheesy, but at the same time it does feel like it's kind of an out. You know what I mean? Like, oh, convenient. It's one of those things when you're like, oh, isn't that neat? You just get an ability that explains everything to you. How fun. How easy is that now? And I kind of feel like I'm cheating my brain to try to find out how to make things make sense. Anyways, let me finish your comment, though. The first one going to be survival instincts. I'm going to go with the that being his innate ability after I explain the first one. Yeah. So is that the one? So wait, which one is his innate ability? Oh, sorry, I need a thing. Refresh. Then nothing's catching on screen, thank God. So is survival instinct his innate ability? I thought gluttony was his innate ability, so that's the one he like doesn't know about. Or is that the one he chooses? The user of the person having this ability will move his body almost automatically in a way to secure survival, then can continually potential daily. Ooh, that's fucking awesome, Bolty. Bolty, that's hilarious. Bolty, that's fucking wildly hilarious. Sorry, I don't mean like it's like stupid. I mean like it's for me, that's wild. That's super weird. I'm doing the same thing where I'm like pulling from like my kind of like there's a saying in the writing thing where it's like every writer, as much as they may not want to, puts themselves in what they're writing, maybe even more than they want to. But the goal is to not make it so apparent that you're like clearly such a niche topic. You know, you want to connect it to someone how other people feel necessarily. Bye, Raid. Usually it's not bye. Anyways, I'm having a great time, by the way, Bolty. I'm talking about this, but I was gonna say that whole like that exactly what you described. If I ever had something that I didn't like about myself, and it's a little freaky about myself, is that I have like vivid memories when I was a kid. I shouldn't say kid, when I was like maybe like 13 or 14, where I was put in a situation where like I mean this like literally something where I had this friend in school, which wasn't exactly a friend. He was kind of a friend that didn't treat you very well, kind of thing, but still had moments where he was friendly. Anyways, but I remember him vividly where it was a bad situation in general, where he had me in a headlock, and there was two girls like laughing essentially. So I think he was showing off to those two girls, but he started like tightening his headlock on me pretty severely. And I remember it like starting to freak me out because I'm like, all right, man, stop. Like it's starting to like I can't breathe really well. It's starting to hurt, and I'm starting to panic. And it's one of the only times I ever felt adrenaline in my life because I'm so lucky to not have been put in a situation where I feel myself in dread. But the way my body handles adrenaline is abnormal, I think, compared to most, which is it just kills every sense in my head. It makes everything like quiet is the best way I can describe it. Quiet and cold. So anyways, it's one of the things I know. It's kind of I don't like think about it a little bit because it's so sad. But my friend put me in a headlock. He started increasing his thing, and then I started to feel what I would imagine is my version of how I experience adrenaline and panic, probably. But I remember feeling no fear, no pain, and I just remember like everything in my head was hollow, and my brain just said 1, 2, 3, 4, like almost like this is what we're gonna do it. I felt nothing. I reached into my pocket. I had my pencil in there. I hooked it around his arm, and then I did this right into his face. And then he let go. He dropped to the ground, and then there was a pool of blood that started radiating from his face as he dropped on the ground. I remember he was like almost like downward facing dog, where he was holding his nose like this. I had stabbed him in the nose, essentially, like in his actual nose and into his thing, and then there was like this black blood that started oozing out of the ground. And then it finally like it kind of stopped, and like everything started coming back to me a little bit, and I didn't black out or anything. I just can't describe it properly. Besides, it just felt like my brain is constantly thinking about stuff. It's like a never-ending hell of like this thing and that thing and this thing and that thing. It's not like ADHD. It's just like I think about things like with all of my effort and exhausting amount. But that was the first time
said, damn, Grin was tough as a kid.
I wouldn't say I was tough. This is not something that's good. Like, this is something that's terrifying, that like your brain will just turn off most like things. Like, you as a person, your beliefs, your wants in life, your how you think you should treat people, your kindness, when put in a position in which your brain is like that, it just turns off everything, and you're just like doing this to get to survive. It's almost like your brain's just like, hey, we know you know all that fun stuff, all that great stuff where you're having a good time, you're being you and you're being kind. Let's turn off all that because you're gonna die, or your brain at least thinks you're gonna die if you don't get out of this situation. So this is a situation in which we'll get out of it. We'll do ABC. We'll do ABC. You did ABC. Great. Now we're out of it. Here's back your consciousness. Oh fuck, you just did some horrible shit. That's not good at all. That's terrifying. That's not a good thing. But anyways, it reminded me of that, like, that's a really nice way of putting survival instinct. I mean, I think that is at a base, but it doesn't change the fact that that's a deeply scary capacity. It's not something that, I try to tell people about this, and it sounds like I'm glorifying it in a way, and it's like, I don't know how anyone can conceive that it's glorifying it. It's like, it's like, yeah, if we're in a fucking war zone, maybe that would be helpful, but when you're in a fucking neutral society, this is a terrible mental thing. This is why I try to, like, get drastically lean away from conflict. I try to, like, if I'm in a place where I'm sketched out, I turn the cannons inward and try to destroy myself before I do anything stupid. But yeah, man, it's funny that you mentioned that, though, because that's like to a T. And I have another moment. Which this one's less bad, but it's still not good. It's funny because it's like karma a little bit. I was put in a position where there was my buddy who was with me, and when I was younger, especially, I was always like, I looked at girls as just like, I just want to make them laugh and be goofy, and I don't even see them as like anything, really, just as like another dude just making them laugh. So I had a lot of female friends when I was growing up, and I remember it was winter, and my friend, different friend this time, he was talking to me, and man, dudes get weird around girls. That's all I fucking gotta say about this. But anyways, he started getting like kind of he made jokes at me, and there was two girls. No, it was just three girls this time outside, like right around, like a little bit away from like. It was like there was a jungle gym, but we were like older, so it was just there, like near the playground, I guess. Anyways, there was like an ice pool right below us, and I was like slipping and sliding on it while I was talking to these three girls who were my friends. Then one of my friends came through and said hi, and what do you call it? I was we were talking, and he like made a little jab comment at me, and I'm talking to my three female friends. I'm having a good time. I'm in like having fun. Making jokes. I throw a joke his way because he was joking about me, and then he does like this pseudo playful thing where he like tries to tackle me essentially, and I know how to do this. I have older brothers, so I lean forward and I basically absorb his tackle, and his head is basically underneath my arm. And of course, my brother's gonna be wrestled, so as soon as someone does that, I basically scooped his neck. I didn't put any pressure on it, but I had him on the neck, and I was basically holding him there. And then I started. I realized, I think looking back on it, I think he was getting embarrassed because he was trying to like don't talk to me like that in front of these girls and make me look stupid. So then he tried to tackle me, and then of course I grabbed him in the headlock and said like relax. And then I think he started getting like insecure, and the same thing started happening. So then he starts punching me really, really hard in the fucking kidney, and that shit hurts, man. Like liver shots fucking hurt a lot. So then he starts punching me in the kidney, and I'm thinking, okay, ow, it hurts. And I vividly remember where it was like, okay, that hurts. That hurts, man. Like, and again, you're like, when you have someone in a headlock, you're trying to like calm them down so that when you release them, you're not going to have the fist fight. So I don't want to release him. So he hits me once, hits me twice, and it's every time he's punching me, it's that thing that hits my head again, where it's like your brain starts perceiving it as danger and damage, and it's the same thing. Quiet, more quiet, a little bit colder, completely empty. How do I get out of this situation? Brain, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, and we're sitting on that ice because I was playing on the ice with him, and surprisingly, I didn't slip when he tackled me. I think it was because it wasn't that slippery. In fact, I remember it not being that slippery, but it was still ice. Anyways, I took my legs, and again, I had him on a headlock where he came at me, and I had his head scooped underneath my arm, and then I slipped a bit. I didn't slip. I basically was like, okay, you're hitting me. Again, 1, 2, 3. I kicked up my legs, and I pile-drived his head into the icy ground. Not good. Not good. No blood this time. No blood this time. Strong. The front of the head is the strongest part. Nothing bad happened. He did stay there for a little bit. Everyone was concerned. I apologized profusely. Yes. But it's the same situation of like, that it's another like it was another reinforcement metric of like, I gotta stay away from any violence. If someone tries to put pressure on me or hurt me in any way, I gotta get away. I gotta run because I don't want to go to jail because my stupid brain decides, you know what, turn off all the switches, go be okay. Yeah. Anyways, but that was another moment where I thought, again, it's the same metric of like, you're put in a situation where like, again, the only way that I can make sense of it is like your body's how it handles adrenaline is not the way that it's described in movies where it's like you get fucking pumped up, you get focused, you're running. It's just like everything that doesn't matter in your head is gone now. What's the best solution to end this? This is
Lone
the solution
Syndicate
to end
said Grin thinking he and WWE
it worked,
hit
man.
him
The
with
dude
DDT.
immediately, again, I hit his head into the ground, and then I got up, and he stayed there. He didn't get knocked unconscious. He was just like, ow. And then I helped him. Again, it's one of those things where like I come to, and I'm like, oh my god, and it's just like I'm profusely apologizing. It's not good. But it's crazy that you mentioned that because it immediately makes me think, oh yeah, first of all, that's a brilliant way of like storytelling as far as like, again, putting an MC in a situation in which he has to do certain things, and having that be the way you can justify it is him being like having remorse after he does the thing that gets him to survive. Because a lot of times the edgiest MC is like, I do whatever I need to do to survive, but to have someone be like, I don't like what I did, but at least it happened, and I need to move on, and I need to be careful and manage the fact that my brain works this way, you know? Let me see. Also, Nong says, when I hear gluttony, I always default to gluttony. Gluttony from Full Metal Alchemist, then think of reincarnated. Yeah, gluttony, gluttony, where he just absorbs a bunch of damage. That's also a fun version of gluttony. It's also a great example of like a power that was earned. Like how Slime earns the power of gluttony. It's like it's so beautiful where he's like, I'll take on all your sin, and I'll basically like I'll save 100,000 people. So like, oh, you killed 500, great. I'll save 1,000,000. I'll take on all your sin, and I'll make it go away by being good, and I'll like consume all your pain essentially. It's just a beautiful thing, and again, it turns like the gluttony skill into like a beautiful thing. Bolty says the MC will choose those powers because he is the kind of guy who doesn't want to die in a real fucked up situation in the way of securing his survivability. No, that's good. I wonder how that will play though, because when I hear that, Bolty, it sounds like a really solid like thing that you should write down in your story. But also as like a writer, I think I want to fuck with that. Like I want to like, oh, is that right? Oh, you want to survive in this world, so you pick the best option? Okay, at what cost? Oh, what cost? Oh, you want to survive? Okay. What if you end up like throwing your beloved companion off a roof because it ends up being your best survival, and you have to live with that? You know, like it's like, oh, that's hard, you know, like that's tough. But then that could even be a point of an internal issue in which he has to become even stronger to where he doesn't need to be put in a situation where he has to choose only the one option that there is, which is to do something horrible, but survive because of it. Innate skill is gluttony, survival instinct is what he okay, gotcha, that makes sense. I thought the innate skill would be survival instinct, but that makes a lot of sense. Lone says, I have been also watching gameplay of Dead Rising. I did see that too, Lone. I did see that. Looked pretty neat. One founded the physical release didn't come out until November, I think, so I'm a hold off till that. Ooh, okay. So Lone, you're such a weirdo. I need to get a physical copy. No doubt. I think you also probably have like a Dead Rising already. No? Dong says pick one. Divine Crusade Smite of Costume Order, or 2 Herbologist. I would say Herbologist. Herbologist is one I have not found yet in like anime that I think, or not, like I think it's just I'm curious to see how you could make a Herbologist overpowered, functional, effective, charming, all that. And it makes sense that you could. I just think it'd be a slower process probably of like, not good power. Raid says, all right, are we going to leave? Lone says, I could buy the digital version, but buying physical version when it comes out, but I'm gonna try to save some. Yeah, that makes sense, especially for like when we're already going into weird like gacha system Nightmare Hell. Yeah, and also your Akita things are dropping. What he says, and that thing about the innate ability is that also the MC doesn't immediately know about it. He will experience. Ooh, that's fun. That's gonna be really fun. So like he just gets a skill. Yeah, it's super fun. I'm not sure what context he gets the skills in, Volty, but I like the idea of him picking that skill that has like a little a text below it that's basically just like drastically improves your survival, your capacity to survive in this world, which doesn't just describe what it's doing, but then finally him having to be like, oh fuck, that's what it's doing. That's fun. Yeah, picking a skill with like no context, but it just sounds good, so you gotta trust in the process of the skill. That's fun. Damn, Grin was I was actually a big kid. I was like, when I was like 6 or something, I was huge. I was massive. I was a big ass. I was that kid who was like an 8th grader who was like, fucking what? Not an 8th grader, probably like third grade. I was massive compared to my peers for sure. Okay, let me I'd be scared. No, it definitely was not good. I can't describe how it wasn't a good thing. Yeah, and again, it was one of those things where like if I wasn't remorseful, if I wasn't it made me really good at communicating. Like, so I got bullied like most of my like younger life because I was born with messed up hands and I have a learning disability, or I still have it. But yeah, so I was put into classes with like special needs, etc. So it kind of makes you so like you're not a part of the normal stuff. So then people see you in the odd stuff, and then people tend to bully you. Yeah, not bully, but say talk shit, except be cruel. But point is that I learned a lesson when I was younger, really early on, which is like, oh yeah, you can fight. I had 3 older brothers. We wrestled and like fucked each other up. So like I was never worried until when you're a grade 2er fighting a grade 6er, and you realize like I always had one move, and it was the headlock. Until I realized that I had someone in a headlock, and that this fucking 6th grader ripped my hands open. Like I thought nothing could break this. And when someone's got like fucking 4 or 5 years on you when you're young like that, and they just rip your hands open, you're like, oh fuck, what is going on? It's brutal. And at that point, as long with these 2 things happening, it kind of reinforced in my head where like it's not a good idea to choose the path of like, I'll fuck them up, because it's communication and knowing how to talk to people and knowing how to be like okay with like not being like dissolving your own ego and letting this person keep his ego and like just not like egging things on is extremely important. I will also say it's always tough though when you're like always the person having to like cater to other people's ego and like weird shit. That's tough because it diminishes your own character a little bit when you're always the person having to take responsibility for like someone being a dickhead.
Lone Syndicate said hit you with that Uno reverse card.
What? What do you mean? Gnawing says Grin wins survival mode. This fuck everything. So, yeah, I would say I hope it's not like that. Again, I hope it's not. It's not like a survival mode. It's like a scary mode. It's like again, I don't like thinking about it because it both like I find the only way I can kind of calm down is if I laugh. But I could cry. I could cry about it if I wanted. If I thought a lot about it. Bodhi says, "Okay, Grin, back. I'm." inimitability is his he has sin of gluttony is essentially getting stronger by eating, which I want to combine with a cannibalism aspect where he gets a buff to his ability basic. Cannibalism as in like he's eating people or he's just eating other creatures, because that's the other thing that I've seen gluttony do a lot of, which is it's good, it's just a little bit, it's a little played out in the sense that I think you would need to do something that's more with it. Like the idea that gluttony basically gives you the ability to, like, when you consume a monster, you gain either stats or their skill. It's awesome, but it's also like, I think you would need to do something that's different with it, whether it's like the main character goes through like extreme pain every single time he eats, so whenever he eats something, he has to pick like a monster that is worth risking his life for, and he has to spend like a week recovering. Like it has to be something that it can't just be like, look at me get OP in 2 seconds. It needs to be something that like has some uniqueness or limiting factor that makes the reader go like, not roll their eyes about like, there's a skill I've seen 1,000 times. You know what I mean? So I do think that's something that's tough with gluttony. Like I like the idea of like you being able to eat things and getting power from them, but I would love it if the main character was like human and like kept vomiting up what he was eating because he just couldn't stomach it, and then him actually like not be able to eat one of the things that had like a really strong ability potentially because he just can't. It's impossible. It's like disgusting to the capacity which is like it's searing his stomach. It's gonna kill him, and then shocker, he fails. Like that's something that in most of these goddamn manga and shit, it's like he wins again. He's winning all the time, man. Oh, he loses, but guess what? It's just so that he can win again in the future. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, please. Boldy says, but also an dependency of consuming more and essentially and stronger. He has. Oh, god damn it. There it is. But also he has dependency on consuming more and essentially and stronger hunger. Ooh, that's interesting. So he's constantly having to eat. So he's one of his MCs that sits on like a table and orders like 5 cheeseburgers. It's balanced around not being a permanent-ish buff, but rather an enhanced duration of time. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, that's better. That's better. That's at least. It's better. I would hope that if you ever did write this stuff into a novel, I would hope that there was still something like that just like made it say, pushed back against the trope, I guess. Like I'm fine with tropes so long as a person finds a way to tell the trope in a different, slight funner way, not just like he gets powerful when he eats stuff, but in like your way he's limiting, so it's just a short-term buff. Almost like, yeah, you're making it sound almost like it's a drug, like as if you're addicted to something. It has like short-term gain but long-term consequences, but not permanent consequences. So you could theoretically like dabble in heroin every year.
Balti says, I agree, Green Red. Further, you have me on edge here. It's still dangerous,
you probably shouldn't. Sorry, Bolt, I'm trying to catch up on all the comments. I should stop talking over that. A balance around it being not permission. Lone says, Boldy says, given the MC and the ability to remember the final moments of those he consumes. Ooh, that's good. That's similar to SS Rank Suicide, which I feel like is a really cool trope. I haven't seen it too much, which is like there's a cost to gaining power, which is the fact that you're having to experience like the worst pain that the worst trauma that they have in their mind. If that's the case, I feel like you should have some permanent implementation of it. Yeah. And you could have fun with something like that where like the more like mental trauma your character inflicts, you could have a skill later down the line that like scales whatever that is. So the main character is like, oh fuck, there's the only way that I can beat this person is by like leaning into this morbid aspect of this skill and finding a way forward. That could be a fun thing to pursue. Like gaining insight from eating them. Oh, that's okay. So it's more of like a data gathering could be okay. Alone says, I have released the original Dead Rising that dropped in. Yeah, you have the original, really? Yeah. Yeah, so you can hold off a little bit. Non-Fia says, that part shouldn't be a choice, Bolty. It should be forced. IMO, yeah. Nolly says, could do a whole lot of work with that aspect alone. Yeah, no, for sure. Bolty says, one thing I want to focus is also the combination of those two powers, which essentially means he will consume to survive in a frenzy state. Ooh, that's fun. I mean, that's just fun on the concept of like skills intertwining with one another, which most shows don't have fun with. Like I seen one that was kind of fun where dude basically had a skill that was like he killed a boss that was like the immortal something, which he shouldn't have been able to kill. It was like a really incredible thing. So we kind of got like I wouldn't say it's S rank, but it's like a really good skill, like A rank or something like that. And it was a skill that basically said like, so long as there is like so long as your heart and your mind do not get destroyed, you'll be able to recover from anything, but it'll just take some time. So you're not like gonna instantly recover like Wolverine, but you won't die. So if you got your stomach, like your legs lopped off, you could like survive easily just by walking around without your legs, and you'll slowly grow up, kind of like Deadpool. Except Deadpool, I think, can have like survive from one blood cell. But what was cool about it is it started off as a pretty good skill, but like it was like you'll regenerate in 3 days. So like it was like it's good, but if you get your legs lopped off, you're just gonna be fucking crawling around like an asshole, like a creep, for a long time. But they had a thing there where any skill that you take that is similar to the genre of skill that it is can get devoured by that same skill. So this skill was like a healing skill. So every single time he put like a healing skill that like recover, it consumed it. So he basically could never. So eventually he just was like, okay, it's starting to improve to where it was like, okay, now your brain doesn't need to exist. Only your heart needs to survive in order for you to be able to come back from nothing. And then eventually got to like one single cell of your blood needs to be alive in order for you to basically come back from anything, and the rate in which you recover is starting to become more like Wolverine. But I love the idea of like you had like fire magic, but this one like shitty, unique, gluttonous skill just keeps consuming all the other skills that you give it, essentially, that's in the same faction type, which is also good and bad. If you find like one god tier skill that's like also good, that's like heal all allies in the drop of a hat, and you're just like, fuck. And you put it there, and the skill just eats the fuck out of it. You're like, no, damn it. Of course, the other skill gets stronger, so you're like, hey, it's kind of worth it. And then the story kind of fucks it over a little bit, where he ends up the skill ends up like consuming parts of the other skill. So like it's no longer really like a limitation. It's kind of just like, oh no, if you keep feeding, like if you give it 2 S tier skills, they'll fight and they'll kind of like eat the other one. And the other one will kind of like keep its innate, some of its effects. So it doesn't like completely consume the one. It just basically only one can survive. So it takes some of the parts of the skill that are reasonable to have. It's not gonna take its like best part. It's gonna take some of its good parts, which kind of makes sense as you like being able to keep feeding it, and those like smaller parts can turn bigger as you keep feeding it more like healing skills in this case. One thing I wanted to focus on is also combining of those 2 skills there, and survival instinct ending and having some memory loss. Bolty, can we not? Just the memory. I hate memory loss vividly, like painfully. Maybe like once. I fucking despise the memory loss thing. It's just agony for your reader. Like memory loss when it's like a moment from their childhood which was very important in defining the character that they are. That's acceptable because you can kind of like go through the story, and every time he experiences a traumatic effect, he gets a little bit of insight on what that is. But it's just so fucking anxiety inducing when you're like, what the fuck am I missing? Why do you keep doing this? It's almost like it's like this. It's like it feels like the writer being like, ooh, look at this. What's this? It is. Oh, you don't get. What's this again? Ooh, look at the keys. Ooh, and it's gone. It just feels like I'm an asshole. Like, it's just like you're a real dickhead. But also, did you see my cool Mob Psycho on my keychain? Love that. Anyways, it makes it extremely big. It just makes your keys much heavier and bigger in your pocket. Anyways, Lone says, hit you with that Uno reverse card. What does that mean? I forgot. I should read comments as they're coming in. So remembering his victim's last moments will be his only memory of what has happened. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. No, that's a little bit better. So long as you're not edging the reader, then I don't mind it. With the issue that I have with the memory loss thing is that it's teased in such a way that is just agonizing for the viewer to read. If it is immediately like within seconds after whatever's happens, and he's seeing like fragments of it to where like the reader can easily put together shit went down and it was bad, then that's fine. My issue is that the agony of you having to be like not knowing for like 3 chapters is dog shit. It just makes your viewer feel like unparalleled anxiety. But if so long as it happens fast, where like here's like him unveiling what's going on, you know. And maybe there's moments in the story where he doesn't even want to remember, you know, like something bad happens, he's in a room full of corpses, and he's like, he could take a bite out of this monster and figure out what happened, or this human being or something, and figure out what happened, and it's like, no, I don't even want to know. Not today. Not today, actually. That's not a bad story component. That's fun. You can play with that. Bully says, I agree, Grin. Rather, further, you have me on the edge here. You have me on the edge here. Oh yeah, I forgot to add that he heals when eating. Okay. Oh, he heals when eating. Oh, that's fun. That's a better thing than just self healing. I think having to do a thing to heal. Like again, that's something I haven't seen like stories do, which I would like to dabble in. Is the idea of like healing through damage. Like it's again, this is why like I think there's a lot of like possibilities in the idea of like making a build in a character game like this, where like someone who pays attention to the nuance of like, oh, every single time you do this thing, let's say affect someone with like fire magic or blood magic or splash damage, you recover 1% of your HP every single second that you're able to do damage, essentially. So like you get healed 1% every time you do one tick of splash damage. So the natural evolution of that is, okay, I just need to do a fuck ton of splash damage back to back to back to basically heal in like a split second. How do I do that? And to have a character that understands how to detonate that a lot, so that you can literally have a character that heals through a way that is justifiable and interesting, and not just like, you have a lot of healing, I guess, so you can self-heal like Wolverine. Instead of having a character that's like, no, I need to build around this so that I can quickly do a lot of whatever it's asking so that I can self-heal. That's, at least to me, more interesting. It won't reduce his exhaustion, though. Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, you have a lot of limitations. It's awesome. I just be a little careful, because having too many restrictions can also make the reader be like, ooh, like there's so many things to keep track of. Okay, this is his positive, this is his negative. Probably good to do things subtly a little bit. I'm not sure. That's actually tricky. I'm not sure how you have to weigh that. Where like struggle is good, rules and like limitations are good. Too many can be a little bit like the reader's like, oh my god, there's so much to pay attention to. Lone says, I almost finished with the law. Ooh yeah, binge it that hard, Lone. Golly, I was debating doing that for like a week for Halloween streams, essentially. The only time I've actually enjoyed the whole amnesia trope is in the first Neptunia. Yeah, maybe. Not that there's bad examples of it. Like, I want to tell you guys this. This is Bolty. I'm going to read Bolty's, but I want to ramble up Bolty about my story a little bit, just because I actually did write down the introduction of it a little bit, just like the notes. I didn't like perfect it or like make it so that it actually makes some sense. I just kind of wrote down what I wanted and how like some of the words were actually how I wanted it to be written. But then most of it was me just trying to be like, this is the beats I want to hit, essentially. And it's funny how it works, so I wanted to explain it to Bolty a little bit if he'd humor me for a little bit. The more I like it's more like a hangover than like Lost. Okay, that's good. I don't mind that, yeah. The memory that don't belong to the MC himself. Okay. Yeah, so it's like his brain and his consciousness kind of fighting between the two. That makes sense. He also had fun with that. Have him have like a moment where he's getting a little monstrous, Like where like which consciousness is gonna win, the memories of the monster or the memories of him. I think all these ideas I like a lot. I don't like them when they're too overindulged. Does that make sense? So like in my head, I'm seeing the Bolty's main MC, and I'm seeing that he like that moment could happen where he's being overindulged by. Maybe there's a bunch of build up where they talk about this like saber-toothed tiger has the most rage, to where even if its legs are lopped off or its arms missing, it will still hunt the creature for like days until it finally kills it, and then it'll die. Like something just with like fervent rage and instinct to kill. That the main MC like kills that thing, and then has to go through like basically overcoming that. But I would like that. I would enjoy the prospect of like the premise is you can overcome this and it's going to be easier the next time you do it. Not some stories go heavily into this and they just keep hammering it, where like every time the main character eats this thing, he becomes more monstrous and it's getting worse and worse and he can't help but do it, and it's just like, man, it's like watching a fucking train.
Lone Syndicate said, I would love some Lollipop Chainsaw streams for Halloween and Grin. It's not a long game. You could probably beat the game in 4 to 5 hours if you just sat and played it through.
Yeah, I know. I've watched like 5 playthroughs of it, so I would know exactly. I know, yeah. I've watched it play. It'd be fun just to experience it myself. But to me, like the feeling that it creates is like a train barreling towards you, and you're just kind of having to be like, as a reader, it's just like, why do I have to be anxious for like 30 fucking minutes quickly trying to find out when this is going to end or when this is going to finally resolve itself? So I like the idea of it like being things that they overcome, but without having to really fucking bear down and sink into it too much, the memories that don't belong to himself, which he will force known. knows about. The MC definitely will despise his innate abilities to the point in which he doesn't want to use it anymore. Bound to patch. Yeah, that's I like that a lot too. I always hope though that like it is frustrating. Again, like it's tough because like for me, there's things where I'm reading a story where I get frustrated by stuff, and I realize that there's some point to it. So it. Yeah, but I always feel like there's a way to do it without making it super frustrating. Basically, to have the impact and the meaning without having to have the toxicness of like edging and shit. Basically, be there. Like again, I like the idea of someone having past trauma and having resistance towards using it, but not to the extent in which it's constantly being like it makes you look at the MC and be like, stop being a fucking pussy, dude, or figure this out. Like, it's just annoying. You're not the thing that made you come this far, that got you this far, you're just deciding not to use. What a fucking dickhead. Like, I get you're sad, but like this, people are gonna die around you. Like, why are you making this choice? It doesn't make any sense. It makes sense, but it's the fucking train wreck barreling towards you. You just gotta sit there and watch this guy get fucking eviscerated, and it creates this feeling of like, god damn it. Whereas I think if you took that, you could still mess with those feelings about like this character having to have these bad moments. You could have a side character that he deeply loves kind of say like, you don't have to hold this burden alone, and then him trying to basically like overcome trauma and push beyond it rather than constantly having to like limit himself because of it. Because again, most people don't want to see a story where a person's constantly having to like relive trauma. They want to see a story where someone overcomes their pain. Yeah. I mean, it's a survival instinct, not a killer instinct. So MC will definitely prefer survival over fight. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's definitely that's a fun thing too that you could mess around with. It's tough though because I do think like you gotta make it very clear very early on. Because as a reader, survival instinct would make me be like, why the fuck is he fighting this monster right now? Like, what the fuck? Survival instinct, she should be running. There's no reason why he should be fighting here. So you really need to like create a situation or a setup that either forces the main character to keep finding himself in situations where flight, fight or flight, flight is not an option, which I don't think is difficult given the context in which you're being reborn in another place. Essentially, it's all about having control over his own body and being enduring enough to not fall into mad. Yeah, that's awesome. I guess really, again, I like all the components. It definitely sounds like you got a fucking like locked in story thing, Bolty. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So I'll try to make this quick, like a Band-Aid, because I'm bad at explaining my stories, like really bad. I sometimes will go back and watch the story and watch the stream and be like, did I do a good job explaining that? I'm like, no, no, I didn't. But hey, and I just want to tell you guys this because I thought it was kind of interesting. So I'm not like really getting into being a storyteller thing. I would love to. I gotta slow down because I don't overestimate myself and start doing crazy shit. But I thought it'd be fun as a side project because I'm writing so many stories for my YouTube channel. Sometimes it gets a little bit like mentally taxing. So to me, it's nice. It's nice to have like a different thing that's still like it's like writing. It's like drawing all the time and then being like, I still want to like do this because I like it, but I just don't want to keep drawing the same like pencil paper kind of thing. I want to try painting. I want to try sculpting. Like I want to try something else that's still keeping my brain creative and fun and helping me still in different ways, but without having to just keep grinding this out in the exact same way that I'm doing. So I think this is a fun medium to do it in. Anyways, so I told you guys a lot of the story already. The premise again is just basically the idea of I wanted the main character to it's basically like an isekai story, but with the premise of the main character loving builds and gamifying the skills and the world for like through the perception of a person who just loves crafting builds. Like mapping things out in a fun way and leveraging things that people wouldn't consider, like again, not choosing skills that like give a ton of damage when skill activation or something like that. Instead, every single time you inflict this there's a 10% chance for you to summon like a cat spirit that just like dive bombs the enemy and claws its eyes out. And then the main character would be like, that sounds insane. How quickly can I detonate that skill affliction? And then I can just summon like an army of cats that fucking like barrel towards an enemy and shit. Like something like that. Not like that, like that. Just that kind of gamification that that is fun within builds. At least for me, I love making builds, and that's something I find a lot of joy from it. So it's that same premise, the same thing as bog standard. Everything that's, I talked about how, the main character is basically picking between 3 skill trees. He gets lucky. He picks the one that's an A rank and not an S rank because it's just betterly optimized, or more manipulatable, I should say. He picks the one character, the Forge Maiden, in the next trial. Then he picks his skills and all that stuff. What I wanted to do, and this is kind of the tough part because this is the beginning of my story. So I kind of was like, okay, how do I start the beginning of my story? And it's funny because one of you guys mentioned that my story in some ways sounded like Reincarnated Jobless, which I actually haven't watched yet. I've seen like videos from it. I've heard it's great, all that stuff. And I did like the idea of like, I like the idea of it's not just like good guy who worked at an office job that never did anything bad was given like an out, essentially. Because he was not a monster, so like the heavens were like, let's give him, and like, let's put him in fantasy world because this is bad. He was a good guy who got shitty on a stick. Yeah. So I started thinking, and it's funny because a bunch of stuff happened in my life that actually had me start thinking about these things. So one of the things was my neighbors. It was one of the like a couple weeks back. They were releasing fireworks in the outside. So I was like, oh, that's cool. My dad mentioned, because he was watching them as well. He said, yeah, I heard somewhere that like the fireworks industry is like different in the sense of how you get into it. Like it's almost like a trade family secret kind of thing. Like if you think about it, like how would you learn how to make a firework and who the hell is making fireworks? You're like, maybe like an engineer, but like, I don't know. That's hyper complicated. So like, at least back in like rural Japan, it makes sense that like it was a, what is it called? A passed down tradition of like, this is that. So it kind of makes sense in that sense of like, oh, okay, that's just kind of interesting. I'm listening from my bed now. Yeah, that's fair, Boldy. This is mostly just for me so I can rationalize it and think through it as well. But anyways, so the one thing I thought that was interesting is about like the firework situation. But then I also wanted this to be kind of the crux of my story. And forgive me if it's a little grim or sad. But the crux that I thought was really interesting as something to play off of is something that I don't hear a lot of people talk about. And it's the idea is kind of like this. What happens when a person is starving or extremely, extremely thirsty? Hasn't drinking a sip of water for days. Well, when they finally get a sip of water, they probably cherish and adore that sip, and it stays in their mind vividly for years to come because of the fact that they were basically without it for so long. Same thing as someone who basically, tries at a job, like an office job, and grinds and grinds and grinds, and then never progresses at all, but then tries exercise on an occasion, and starts to see some results, and then really gets into exercising. The idea basically being, if something in your life is not giving you growth or progress, whatever does becomes huge for you, becomes like your guiding light in a lot of ways. This is why exercise is like basically like the life raft for a lot of people who are struggling, because it's something that you can see affect your actual body, something that you can actually grow in. You could try drawing your whole life, and maybe just for the shittiness of the world, you never get the chance, or you're not getting the right opportunity, and you just come up empty essentially. And then you try something else and you fucking nail it, and people love it, and people fill you up with like so much love because you did well. You're telling me that you wouldn't want to do more of that other thing? Yeah. So the premise of my the weird story that I have, building off of that note of like, trying at something a lot, failing, and then finding something like exercise, and then obsessing over exercise because it's actually giving you the feeling of growth and progress, which I think all human beings deeply yearn for. So building off of that, in my head, the way the story pans out is I would love for that to be something where the main character, when he is younger, goes to a fireworks show, and he sees all of these beautiful fireworks going off, and he's just mesmerized, and he's in love with it all. And his family, who he adores, ever since he was a kid, always has told him to pursue your own dream. Pursue your be an astronaut, be president of the United States, wherever it could be, right? Do that. But as he gets older, he continues to pursue his one dream, which in this case is to make fireworks, make these beautiful threads of light in the sky. So anyways, as he gets older and his parents slowly start to stop telling him to follow his dreams. But nevertheless, he persists and he continues to do that. He gets an apprenticeship underneath this person who teaches him how to make fireworks. He passes down all of the secrets towards him. His parents are really actually proud of him. Hi, Felix. Sorry, we're kind of winding down and I'm talking about a story that I think would be fun. Sorry. So he starts basically, working as a firework apprentice, essentially. Gets really good at it. He actually completes his apprenticeship, which he's extremely grateful for. And his parents actually, his mom specifically, awards him like this necklace that is the same shape as a firework going off, with a giant like emerald essentially in the middle of it. Anyways, so he's very much happy. He's on cloud 9. He's at a high point in his life. But the reality is that most fireworks are made by massive corporations and companies where it's exceptionally difficult to actually make those said things. Not only to get and then the other hurdle, outside of you just not having not being able to compete at the cost that most fireworks are created nowadays by just corporations having optimized this for so long that they can make exactly what tiny little fireworks people like to get a kick out of. You don't need to make these massive spectacles that he learned how to make. So he essentially goes for that. He can't really get anything in that way. He can't make these massive fireworks, and then he can't really compete with the other people like making small fireworks, so people have optimized the cost to be so low for so long. So the other thing is also that you can't set off fireworks without like a shit ton of permission, and all of these massive corporations have essentially made it so that it's impossible to get like the legal rights to set off fireworks or make fireworks within the city, and all a bunch of bureaucracy is tied to that. So long story short, the boy essentially pursued his dreams and came up real empty. And essentially the idea is that we're talking about is that he's frustrated, but I kind of want to create the idea that the main character is still like proud of himself for what he was able to do. Like he doesn't regret necessarily what he was able to do because it still meant something. He was still pursuing something that he loved. He doesn't hate himself for it. But eventually, basically, he moves back in with his parents. The kind of classic thing where he starts to become a NEET. I want to have more fun with this though. But anyways, on a whim, I want him to basically play a game that he looked back on fondly, which was of this RPG-like game. Anyways, he goes up and looks and sees if there's any sort of like builds or something that he can actually like look to progress in this new in this game. He finds none. He creates one from like a game that's like fucking 10 years old. What the hell? He just does it just cause. He uploads it on YouTube with like a shitty thumbnail and everything. But surprisingly, especially after years of him being pretty isolated, not years, let's say a year of being pretty isolated, him getting no real feedback, him feeling like a failure, eventually, he makes this build, he publishes it, and he gets some, not a lot, but some positive feedback. And that's more than he can say for his parents at this point, which is since he's moved back into with them, they've kind of given up on him to some extent. They're looking down on him. They kind of don't expect much of him. They kind of feel like it's their fault because they told him to pursue his dreams. They never really fought against him in such a way. So they kind of push him against the wall, kind of in that sense, or they kind of just leave him be. Anyways, so the main character, I would love for him to basically start like really, again, it's almost like a starved man finally getting water, where this is like the feedback loop that he adores, that he really, really loves. So anyways, he starts making builds, and I actually want to kind of start to have his life trail upward a little bit. Not in the sense of his like physical appearance, but the fact that he's making videos now for like people with builds. People are loving it. He's grabbed an audience. He's actually starting to make a lot of money, but he still looks like a schlubby mess because all the other stuff that like is normal, like hygiene and all that stuff, doesn't really matter. All that matters is how fun and how spectacular these builds he creates are, and how much he can compete in that way. So I want him to live in this space for a little while, and I actually want him to succeed at YouTube to some extent and start putting away money. But from his parents' perspective, he's just a bum who lives at home who looks disgusting and disheveled. Anyways, one day, I want him to basically leave out the front door, but then his mom quickly stops him and says, "Don't leave the house looking like that. You look disgusting, that like the neighbors are going to talk. Go out the back door." And then she starts washing dishes, and the main character says, "Goodbye, love you." And then as he closes the door, he doesn't hear it back. And he kind of like nods. And again, the main character is like in this fun space that I think would be fun to mess with, which is he's not like depressed horribly, because he is succeeding to some extent. But the people that that should love him the most are kind of giving up on him, and also are like almost completely giving up on him. So he kind of doesn't know how to deal with that. So he's kind of like shrugs as in like, yeah, Not a shocker there that my mom didn't tell me that she loved me back. I get it. He proceeds to go get some food from the store. Maybe we could even say that his mom asked him to do it. If you go pick us up some food, anyways, because maybe he's going to get the new game or something. I mean, anyways, he progresses down the alleyways because in the same sense, his mom has kind of given him a conscience of like looking gross and disheveled, so you should not be seen. So he goes at the back door, he goes through some alleyways, he's making his way to the store. But of course, and this is kind of where I want to play with, I'm not sure how I want to have this happen, but I like the idea of there being just happen chance. There's this drunk guy. He asks him for his money. The boy basically says, like, I don't have any money. I have a card. I can't make any use of a card. And of course, the robber is drunk. He has a knife, all that stuff, but I don't want him to be like a deeply like cynical, evil, like, give me your money or I'll cut you. I want him to be like drunk as shit, wanting to get more fucked up, and having a knife and being like not knowing what to do with it. Anyways, I would like, this is kind of why I mentioned it, but the necklace, I would really like the necklace to have like to have a lot of meaning behind it. So I have it in my head in this way, which is kind of a lot. Sorry. I have it in my head where the main character basically has this the necklace that his parents gave him when he basically achieved his apprenticeship for a firework craftsman, essentially. So I thought, okay, the main person sees this necklace around him with this gem in it. It's a fake gem, doesn't fucking mean anything. But he's like, give me that, I could sell that. So he basically starts grabbing at it, and what do you call it? They basically start struggling back and forth with it, and the main character refuses to give this up because this is his dream. This is like the only time in which he felt achievement and love from his family was this. This is like the mark of all his effort. There's no way in hell he's giving this up. So anyways, he struggles, and of course he refuses to give it back, and as he's struggling, he's remembering why this thing means so much to him. Why is he risking his life for this stupid fucking necklace? And then he realizes, oh, I've been running from all my problems. I haven't been doing all these things because I can't stomach the fact that I failed. I tried my hardest and I failed, and I didn't make it work, and I wasn't able to attain my dreams and all these things. And then for him to finally like kind of come to and look down as the drunk guy kind of stumbles back and realizes that he basically stabbed him in the stomach accidentally, and then the drunk guy kind of trails off and runs away in a fear because he didn't mean to kill him or stab him. But this is where I want the kind of thing to change. Normally it would be like, boom, gets isekai, done. What I would much rather him have is have him like basically fall to the ground, pull out the fucking knife. Probably not a good idea, but he does it. He's not a fucking med student. Pulls out the knife, and then he's pretty close. He's in an alleyway. He's pretty close to the main highway, sidewalk, where he can get to. And I want him to basically start to struggle. Like, I don't want him to die easily. I want him to like try to survive, because like I said, he's not like completely depressed and like in a state in which he's completely like dead. He still would like to live. He's not like dead, like depressed. Anyways. So he starts like limping towards the thing, and then his consciousness starts to flicker, and I want him to bash his hand, which is holding his necklace still, into the ground to kind of try to wake him up to stop his brain from turning off. So then he does that, and he keeps like slowly inching his way closer to the main sidewalk so that maybe somebody can find him. But eventually he realizes that it's like hopeless, basically. That like his vision's no longer coming back when he tries to like smash his hand into the ground to kind of like wake himself up, and he starts to basically like fade out. His eyes start to like dim. He goes through all these like meaningful moments of like how did he get here? Maybe this is for the best. He made a will that he's going to give all of his money that he made, which from the whole YouTube thing, which is actually a fair sum to his parents. Despite how they treated him, they did support him, let him stay with him, so he wants to do that. And as his brain starts to flicker, he looks down, he sees his hand that's covered in blood, has the firework symbol, the firework necklace that his parents got him, that's cracked, essentially, because he's been smashing his hand into the ground trying to like stop his brain from turning off. And then I want him to see that, think it's sad, and then I want, basically, if this was like a manga, I want it to cut back to his hand, to his other hand that was soaked in blood, and have his hand basically on the concrete, like the gravel thing, and have all of his nails basically snap off from him digging his hands into the concrete and then cutting to black, and basically hearing like crunch and then snap, as it describes how his hands quickly like drive into the ground. and then it cuts. Now that's something that I want to do because I just talked about how I don't like Amnesia, but that's something I think could be good, is like constantly going back and hearing that like the crack sound, which to the reader would basically be constantly like the sound of nails being broken off of a finger, essentially. And the premise is basically that the main character said, fuck that, I don't want to die, and at the last minute basically started clawing with all his might, barely alive, causing as much damage to himself. Doesn't matter so long as he can kind of flicker and stay alive, and makes his way to the sidewalk. And that way, I don't know if I want to end it in the way that he comes back to the world or whatever, but I do like the idea that like him dying essentially in the position of having this necklace wrapped around his hand and broken and shattered, and having his like hands basically like gnarled from like dragging himself on the highway gravel, and having his body die. It'd be something that his parents that eventually like was told, like, your son's dead, come down here, we have to verify that this is the body or something like that, for his mom to see and then immediately be able to put together what happened. And then for also, to me, this would be a way of reflecting on the reader punishment for the family that they might have for the kid, like kind of being frustrated with the mom who kind of gave up on her son, who didn't, but they were still helping him, so there's kind of like conflicting feelings towards this, you know. So I like the idea of this kind of being a way that the viewers can, like, it sounds fucked up, but like take solace in the fact that the parents are gonna have a pretty big burden to bear on not only the fact that their son left them with all of his money, the fact that he the mom is pseudo responsible for him dying because she made him feel shame by not wanting to show his face and conditioning him to kind of go in the alleys so that no one had to look at him, and then also for him to still struggle to live, and then for the icing on the cake, for the thing that he died for to be that trinket that she got him, that was the only thing that he still had at this point in his life, which was this memory of like the thing that I spent so much of my life working for, which is this stupid dream of making fireworks, these tethers in the sky. For all that to kind of be a punch at the parents that did in some ways give up on him, and be kind of a burden that they have to bear, whilst also being like kind of a love letter to them not completely giving up on him. All of that I think would sequence into such a way that could hint at people, because everyone's tried something that they failed at, but this is like on a different level of like this whole guy got up to this whole point. Why did they meet the homeless man again? That's kind of the trope that I'm just throwing in there, which I think is not terrible, but it's the idea that the main character is basically putting his mother he looks disheveled, he looks gross because he stays at home and he makes builds, so he has no reason to look really put together. He tries going out the front door. I signal to the viewer basically that his mom is ashamed of him. She does not want him to like look disgusting, leave the front door, and the neighbors will talk and see him. So she conditions him to like take the back door, don't let yourself be seen, you look disgusting, that kind of thing. So he puts himself in dangerous areas, i.e. areas where people don't see him, i.e. where criminals are. So in alleyways and stuff like that. So in order to get to the grocery store, he starts taking alleyways because of the shame that his mom kind of instilled in him. And that's how he encounters a dangerous person. In this case, it's a drunk guy who just wants to pawn off some money, who never has actually the intention of killing him. He's not actually like a monster. He's just dumb drunk, and the kid refuses to give him the necklace, and in a scuffle, he stabs him accidentally. So I like that idea, because I don't want it to be like, again, I've seen some anime where it's like, evil villain gangster guy randomly decides to be even worse and stab him to death, and it's just like, what? This is a rural area. Why is he what? It doesn't make any sense. And for all of those events to kind of stack on the sense that I want the viewer to kind of do feel like, I don't know what the word is, but maybe melancholy, where it's like, it's not good, it's not bad. They're a little bit frustrated with the parents, but they're not like completely, they don't think they're monsters. And for that to kind of be a way that I can like neutralize the fact that the main character is gone, where like the parents are taken care of because of the implementation of him succeeding, and them not never like really giving him the benefit of the doubt of that, and then him going in that. And this was also a way of like me describing, because I didn't want to like, I kept thinking in my head, I'm like, how the fuck does he like become proficient in like fire, like explosive experts basically? Like, this doesn't make sense. It's also difficult to like, how do you rationalize that in a fantasy world where like, is there just like a bomb technician that he meets? Maybe. Is it like a witch in the woods or an old man who just happens to know this? It makes sense that this was his dream and his profession, and this is why he has an abnormal amount of a knowledge, but how to actually craft explosives, essentially. But yet still has lag because he has to find out how this world's explosive and resources work to make that happen. Does that make sense? So that's kind of the premise I came up with, which I thought was not a bad introduction into things. And it's funny. I just think it's funny because I had like nothing. Like I was like very much like maybe he just gets hit with Buscoon and that's it. But in my head I'm like I feel like it's important to have chapter 1 validate all of the other chapters. So it makes sense why he can be proficient in explosives, etc., because he's a fireworks apprentice person, or master I should say, because he completed his apprenticeship. I want him to go into the new world not like other protagonists, which is like super gloomy, super melancholy, super like I wasted my life and now maybe I should try, maybe I shouldn't, no, I wanted him to have like this every time he's every time he's about to do something a little crazy, like push himself to the absolute limit, or he thinks back at this moment where he sees his hand and fucking drag against concrete as he splits his nails in half. I want to have him hear that crunch, and that crunch being indicative of not only that moment, but every past moment that came before. Also, sorry, Felix. I want to catch up on comments. I just want to make sure my thoughts are rounded out, so I don't have to. So I'm not lost. Like I don't forget anything. Forgive me. I will read all your messages. But yeah, that's kind of what I thought would be fun to kind of call back on, because I want to put him into moments where he's very eccentric, and I also want to put him into moments where he's still hopeful. Like he never gave up on his dream. He still very much cares about his dream, and he still has like 2 skill sets, which are abnormal, but for him it makes all the sense in the world given his story, essentially. So it doesn't feel like it's like, why is he good at making builds like this? How many years did he do this? It's like, no, he needed this. Like this was the only thing where he got validation from his life. That's why he pursued this with such dogmatic fervor, is because he had nothing going for him in his life. He had no point of which I think no story really does really well, which is like, it's always like person's in depression and they play video games. But why do they play video games? The reason why they play video games is because it's a source of achievement and makes you feel like not a fucking loser because you're like a level 10 paladin, and every time you level up it's a dopamine reward. There's a reason why you play these games, is because you're getting a source of dopamine and satisfaction by progressing and growth. But the main character doing this in a way that I think could be healthier, and again playing into that fact of like, it's tough to like the getting hit by Buscoon always feels like a cop-out, because you don't ever like talk about, so you like the parents now just have to deal with the death of their child. How fucked up is that? You're never gonna talk about that? That's fucking disgusting. Oh, it's like a 30-year-old man whose parents are probably long since ignored him, and he's kind of distant anyway, and his job sucks, so it's not that bad that he leaves. You know, it's like, it's just all answers that's like convenient. It's all convenient. Whereas this, it feels like, no, this is a symptom of like a lot of human things happening. You try to dream and it fails. You do all these things and it doesn't work out. You still find a way to survive. You find a way to find meaning in your life. You find a way. Maybe it's not the most healthy thing, but it's still something. It keeps you alive. It keeps you out of fucking pain and trauma and hurting others. So who's to say that's that bad? And all those things. Anyways, let me catch up with chat. Sorry for being so talkative. I thought I'd make that faster, but then I fucking went through the whole gamut of explaining all of it. I'm sorry. It's just because I think it's difficult and yet extremely satisfying by constantly like coming back to why things have to be the way they are and why it's meaningful the way they are, if that makes any sense. Let me see. Hi, Grin, says Felix. Felix also says, it's okay. I just want to say that it's been, you've been a good role model for my kid and wife. She had cancer and we started to see your Let It Die. It helped her and us, and I wanted to calm her and say no, it's all good. What do you call it? Thank you so much, Felix. That's incredible. I did nothing. It's very sweet. I'm so sorry for not seeing that soon. It's such a beautiful, wonderful thing to see. I hope so much that your family has some peace, man, and luck. Hopefully, I'm so sorry to hear that. But I hope you have a good day. Keep the grind. You are very much a good. I don't know about all that, Felix. I do my best, but I would never say I'm a good person. But I very much appreciate the kindness. Bodhi says struggle, death. Let me see. Firework nades, and then. My biggest thing is Bolty. The reason why I like the fireworks idea is because, one, it kind of seeds into like this theme of like I always say the beginning theme. The beginning theme is what happens when you and this is something I've kind of experienced, which I talked to you guys about, which is I got really into exercise and I've never stopped exercising because it was the only thing in my life that gave me a positive reinforcement of positively back. So like I was trying on YouTube for such a long time, I never really got what I was hoping to get out of it as far as like growth of a channel and, you know, financial stuff. And I always felt like it was hard to see any growth out of it. But exercise, you could see growth. You could see like progression. So I loved exercise because it was kind of like a respite where like my effort mattered. It meant something. And that same theme kind of feeds into like this idea that I want to talk about in the manga, which I don't think a lot of people have talked about, which is this idea of, of like, if nothing in your life is working out, you'll have a fervent, crazy, dogmatic almost belief in anything that is feeding you that positive feedback, like that progression feeling, you know? It's also why it's important to understand, and like for human beings, it's so important to have progression in your life and growth. If you don't have those things to focus on and feel like you're improving at, you'll feel horrible. Yeah. Struggle, death. Okay. Why did he meet the homeless man again? Oh, okay. I think when he actually makes decent money, that would either mean that he doesn't want to spend or he doesn't. But how does someone also not care about himself then anymore? Well, no. So again, the premise that I want to tell it about the very beginning is that basically he failed at his main dream, which is becoming a firework person, making fireworks because of all the things I described. It wouldn't really work out. And then for him to basically for him, it's the same premise about like, okay, well, if this didn't work out and you kept trying at a job that like never gave you the feeling of progression or like reward in any capacity, the first thing that did would massively stay with you and you'd probably pursue. For example, for a person who hasn't gotten a lot of compliments from women, how many in the chat vividly remembers one of the compliments, especially when you were younger, from a girl or from a woman? Like a lot of us get told a compliment every let's say maybe 10 years. And you remember that pretty vividly. Why? Probably because you're not getting complimented all the fucking time. And it's a feeling of, it makes you feel good. It's like validation to some extent, especially for a man. So yeah. So like to me, it's the same premise about like, okay, you try this dream for years and years and years and you never get it, but then you finally get something that gives you like that feeling of validation and progress. So then you hard lock to that. In this case, the main character struggles at attaining his dream job. So then he gets randomly, he gets by like a point of will, which is totally reasonable to happen, that you play a game that you like, and then he looks for builds for it, doesn't find any build for it. He makes a build. People who comment on that build give him a little bit of validation. Okay, that's pretty good validation. Awesome. So then, from that validation, he embarks on like just getting more of that validation. Why would somebody who is at the lowest point in their life, who just failed at working for 10 years on like getting this degree on or apprenticeship completed, and then he has this one source of happiness? Why does bathing, shaving your beard, why does anything like that matter? The only thing that he's hunting for is the feeling of validation by having made builds, putting them on YouTube, and doing that. Why does he need to leave the house? This is the main source of validation. His parents aren't supporting him. His parents aren't telling him that he's doing really well. His parents don't even know what the fuck's going on, really. They just think he's wasting his life playing video games. But in reality, he's making content, making videos, making money from that, putting it away. Because again, he doesn't care about the fact that he's even making money. He cares about the fact that it's the validation by his actions that are finally feeling worthy. It's like you train your whole life for something only for it to mean nothing. That when you finally start training for something and it finally starts giving you validation back, that's the only thing that you want. It's almost like, why does a criminal continue? Why does a billionaire, Bolty? I'm sorry, not to get mad, by the way. I just think it's a really fun conversation. So I'm getting excited. Why does a billionaire continue to want more billions? Well, it's because it's not about making billions. It's about winning. It's about like getting more validation by like, I'm gonna fix the hole in my heart by the fact that I am good at this. I'm the best at this. No one's better than me at this. I keep winning. This is the only thing. Daddy didn't love me at all. It didn't give me any sort of sense of like reasonability or hope. This is the only thing I have. You're telling me to stop it? You're like, what are you talking about? You know, like, it's the same reason why a billionaire just continues to make billions. It's the same reason why this guy continues to like only focus fervently on making these videos or making this content, because it's the only thing that's giving him a positive reinforcement in his life. So that's why, to me, at least in my head, he's so dogmatic in that. And the reason why he's like, to him, it doesn't matter that he's making money. It's like it's irrelevant. The only thing that makes sense in his head is that. Bodhi says, yeah, I'm listening. Don't worry about being harsh on me. No, I don't. That's my fears. I hope I'm not being harsh. It's just when I get excited, I sometimes sound like I'm getting mad, but it's not. I'm just trying to like I was like when someone gives me something to think about, I start battling in my head about it, and I'm not battling with you. I'm battling with like, okay, well, why does this make sense to me? And I'm like, okay, well, it makes sense to me because, again, the premise is that the main character basically has nothing. Again, you try for like years and years and years at your dream, your job, and then the job, it's like people who like, can you imagine how fucking shitty people feel who spend like years and years on a degree that ultimately means nothing? And some people find a really positive outlook. They get into like a corporate job and they get satisfaction by their boss being like, hey, you did a really good job today. And that starts being their driving light. But the main character doesn't get so lucky. Instead, he kind of plays what do you call it? A video game on a drop of a hat. Randomly uploads a video on it because he sees that no one made a build for this game. It surprisingly does really well. He progresses making more builds because that's where he's getting a satisfaction from. It's also challenging in the right degree. It's similar in terms of its complexity of making fireworks, in terms of having to get this right thing, the right amount of this, and how sometimes the answer is actually hidden by having like this one weird thing that his master told him, or the person who was teaching him. This little thing was actually the thing that made it all come together. It wasn't something like the right measurements. It was this color that was unique to this type of plant or whatever the fuck it could be. So those kinds of things. Makes his build firework related would be fun. Yeah, the firework related to me is not necessarily like I think it is something that he could work with. I'm mainly there because I need. Like, my main issue, Bolty, if I could be honest with you, the reason why this is something that I'm like, oh, this is a thing that could help me, is because I need to give him a way to understand how to make, like, grenades. So I could either, A, have him meet the Forge Maiden that he, like, is tethered to early and have them stay together, which I don't really want. I like the idea of them meeting early on in childhood and then being separated, and then her being, like, a renowned, successful craftsman who has gear that's flowing out in the world space, and the main character for him just happening upon that and wearing it. So I like that idea. This is the Dragon Age Vanguard Lord. Also, hi Lord. So I didn't say hi earlier. So I like that idea. So I'm trying to find a way of like, okay, maybe he could meet like an old crow in the forest, and then in the forest they could give him what is it called? Like they could teach him how to like make explosives. Like it makes sense that the reason why like grenades and stuff like that are not as like grenades, but like explosives or grenades or whatever are not as powerful in this world because no one knows the complexity of how to make them. And that'd also be a way that like to me, instead of it like again, I really want to get away from the idea of like the main character just happens to like get lucky and get a skill that involves him knowing how to craft like great tier explosives. I like the idea of like no, this is a part of his trauma. This is a part of like his fear and hatred a little bit, and it almost feels like divine intervention from the gods to basically be like, we've seen that you struggled like brutally as you were about to die. We want to put you in a world where 1, your effort matters the most, and 2, you're the exact thing this world needs, essentially. Like, the world has amazing magic, the world has amazing melee combat. The one thing it's lagging behind is the innovation of these areas, which is, like, alchemy and essentially explosive ornament, which is the same thing that he's rocking, which I think it'd be fun to mess with that being the other skill tree he has, is alchemy, which I don't see it done very well and very often. It's always like, turn money into gold or something, and not like, what if you actually knew the complexity of how to make things, and make things well? It's a little too much for me to think about, because when you do alchemy, you do, like, 1,000 complex things essentially, but yeah. Also, Felix says, I'll hope you have a good night and enjoy the grind. Thank you for being yourself, Mr. Grin. But again, you helped me through a lot. Stay there to yourself and keep being the role model you are. I'm not sure if I'm that much of a role model, but thanks so much, Felix. I appreciate you so much. Very sweet. I would never classify myself as a role model or anything that someone should aspire to be. I'm as flawed as everyone else, I think, but I very much appreciate your kindness, and I hope I can live up to your expectations. And I hope you could forgive me if I don't. What he says, I think he's all right, but to me, it's kind of weird when you think about it. If he is successful, when he also doesn't need to be afraid anymore, right? What do you mean? Yeah, for me, it's not. It's again. That's the other thing I kind of want to get away from is I don't want him to basically like I don't want him to ever be gloomy, depressing person. I want him to basically struggle, just struggle. Like there's so many people are like he's super depressed and he wants to kill himself, and I'm just like I mean, like I get it. It's not like that's not like it's just it's something that people talk about a lot. I want someone who calcifies struggle, like struggle and unfairness. That's something I want a story to talk to me about and tell me about. Is like, have you ever tried your hardest and just ate shit and died? Guess what? A lot of people have. like I want that to be the thing that's like, that sucks. But also, it doesn't need to necessarily define you. But it certainly sucks, and it certainly has an effect on the mind. That's kind of the hope that I want. Because I don't want it to be like, main character is gloomy, his whole world is upside down. I want it to kind of be like, no, he fails, he sucks. It doesn't work out. And he happens to still move forward through it, but it's not in the way that his parents can understand. And that's the contention there that I think would be fun. Because I do think it's like kind of playing on that idea of your parents always tell you, follow your dreams, which is great. But the thing they don't tell you is if your dreams are tough to get, they might be almost impossible to get, or they may not be there when you arrive. But it doesn't mean you don't pursue them. It just means that that's something you got to be aware of. And it sucks that his parents basically like stopped building him up, essentially. Like after he failed once really hard, they basically stopped rooting for him. And in that he kind of, yeah. But I do like the idea of the main character not being hopeless. Like I like there's a lot. It's a really easy, like ever since Reincarnated Jobless, it's really easy to kind of like lean into the fact that the guy was, depressed, a menace to society in some ways. I like the idea of like the main character like never losing the flicker of light that is hope. So like even when he leaves for his, leaves to the convenience store to get his game, and his mom basically tells him not to go out the front door or go out the back door because she's ashamed of him. And he looks shoveled and disheveled and stuff like that. I still want him to basically say like, "Goodbye, love you," and his mom not to say anything. Not because necessarily she doesn't love him, but she just doesn't know what to do anymore. She's like, I want to also give that impression to the reader, where like she just feels like lost and hopeless. Like I don't know what to do. You're still straight. Yeah, the book talk really pushed it another 2 hours, didn't it? Hot damn. I thought you were closing shop. We were, and then we weren't. Anyways, yo, Grim. What's good, Laura? We're about to probably wind down now. Yeah, I get the premise. And don't hold back on me. Making his build fireworks related would be fun. I definitely think also his build will be fireworks related. I didn't mean to imply that wasn't something I was interested in. It's just the idea that the main thing I was trying to solve for is just giving him some background of knowing how to craft explosives, because I didn't know how to. Not that I didn't know how to. I wanted to find a reason that was validated. And yeah. I also like the idea of getting the other person that he works for to like. When somebody said that, and I thought it was such a really like an important point. But I said, what was the two things that you need when you're making a build in a video game? And somebody said gear, or I said gear was one of them. And then another person said gold, and I thought that's a good point. So I was like, I wouldn't mind having the main character be able to basically have, yeah. I think it would be fun to also, like, yeah, there are these things that are, like, soul connected to you,
Lone
like bound.
Syndicate said that's what you said an hour ago, Grin. Although I am not complaining, I enjoy the stream.
Thanks, Lone, I appreciate you. But yeah, that's one of the things, like, maybe I could make sense of that. Maybe, like, because the two things that are important are those two things. Maybe I could still have him find, like, a healer person. Or maybe I could just have it, like, be in his skill tree, and that's something that he builds out, etc. For his YouTube, I mean not the isekai. Yeah, the YouTube thing. I mean that's one thing that we maybe could change. That I wouldn't like have. Maybe he just makes like builds, because it's like we just completely drop the content creator thing. And we just go with the fact that he gets validation from making builds. The only issue is that I do think I don't want the idea to be like he was a failure and he is a loser and his parents were right. I like the idea of his parents just gave up on him and they don't get it, really. Like, they have an idea of what success is, and him making content on YouTube is not that. And by the way, this is not me pulling from my life. My parents are extremely sweet and very supportive. Shockingly. But yeah, I like that idea of playing off of that. Something I haven't seen a lot in storytelling as well, where you're able to like tell a character that is struggling, but yet not giving up on hope, and something that people are rooting for almost. And he almost kind of, I wanted to create the feeling of like frustration with the parents to some extent, because it's not that they're bad, but it's just that they don't understand really. Yeah. And I thought it was a really fun way of doing it, basically, like making it so that the way he dies in the world is meaningful because of the way it almost reflects on his parents and how they feel responsible for the way he dies, and that they feel bad about it, and that like it makes it so that the way he gets isekai almost makes sense as like, yeah, I'm happy he's away from that. At the same time, they're taken care of, so the good feelings I have for them, the fact that they supported him and let them live with him, I can get behind. So I do think they should be taken care of to some extent. I am also frustrated with the fact that they are also pieces of shit, kind of, and did not handle this in the best way possible. Buddy says, or his first build for the viral YouTube video, I mean. Oh, again, the first build that he makes, I actually don't want to be very successful. Because I think that's the point. The point is for, like, all it takes is a flicker of progression. Like, when I was making YouTube videos and I was struggling so badly, the thing that, like, was my guiding light wasn't YouTube. It was the opposite. It was, the thing I got validation from was exercise. So when I seen just the slightest bit of growth, it wasn't a lot at all. I mean, my shoulders getting slightly bigger. It was enough. It was like water for a guy who was trapped on the desert starving, or, like, dehydrated like crazy. It was all I needed. And I've been working out every single day, not every single day, sorry, ever since, basically, without missing a week, basically, for, like, 15 years, almost. Like, it's been crazy. So that's what I kind of want to pull from, is that little idea of, like, the first video, it doesn't really do well, but it gives him some positive reinforcement, some positive feedback. So then he pursues it, and then in pursuing it, he gets better at it, and he gets rewarded for it, therefore increasing his desire to want to lean more and more into this thing, and that kind of being another reason why he doesn't care about the way he looks, doesn't care about all that other stuff. He's just mainly focusing on getting this reward mechanism back to his brain. Bodhi says, "Damn, adding complexity by crafting is the whole crap. Adding like alchemy is probably a bad idea. But it has potential to be fun. But hot damn, alchemy makes it so like, oh fuck, he's got to have tools, and I'm like, tools is tough. Tools is like, I don't want to talk about Allen wrenches and him like hunting in a dungeon to get like a stupid wrench. Because MC got to have tons of experience in that then too, or be able to recollect his past memories, like in. Well, no, I would say it's an isekai. I would say the main character keeps all of his memories and understanding of all the the apprenticeship stuff he works on. Yeah, it's not the show where like he just memory wipes and he's in this sort of world. It's like no, I want him to, like again, for his past experience to shape his abnormality in this new world. Because again, I want to put him in a normal village where he is a freak, essentially. Like he's the at age 10, like running with like rocks on his wrapped around him, just working out basically. Whatever other kids like playing, he's just like a freak. I want that. I want that. Like, what the fuck is happening? And just being able to recollect things. Maybe it would be better to have the whole nice. A grandparent bad parent dilemma. That's not bad. That'd be fun too. That would give people kind of like a bastion a little bit. Yeah, I don't hate that idea. I feel like I need to think about it more. Yeah. I wonder how that would play in there. I don't disagree that it would be good. It's tough because like, do you want to pull from it? Yeah. The reason why I say it's tough is because I think, okay, do I want the main character to kind of have this special core, which like for me, characters like Bel Crenel from Dimache from the first episode has. Like he's this very sweet kid who like runs away as he says, "I love you, Miss Aina," which you never hear in all these shows. You always hear like the main character be a fucking weirdo who's like, "I'm embarrassed by anything and I can't." Whereas Bel Crenel is just like, "I love you," and like wears heart on his sleeve and just is great. I like that. I like the idea of like you very quickly being able to describe the main character being like someone you love, or someone who's hopeful, or someone who is still good, and not having like to be like the main character is an empty vessel in which I'm going to make the reason why he's the way he is reflected by his grandpa, who is the shining light in his life. Because it's tough. Again, you either write a story that is like you're making a main character that can be like disposed into, or like filled up essentially. Or you make a main character that is like a very like there's nothing like me, basically, is kind of the idea. And I don't know, it's probably more successful to do one that where like you can fill up a character where like you leave him pretty hollow and you put things around him and which would likely affect him in a certain way, where the reader can put themselves in that position and be like, oh, I understand because I'm basically living through him. I would also have that same effect, but it also limits you in the sense that you don't really connect with that character because he's you. You kind of just want to have him do stuff that's cool and fun, which is why isekai and manga are really good. But I appreciate the stories that have fun in that way. You know, like the Bloodhelm, the Blood Wolf anime. I'm not nothing like that fucking psycho kid who's like out here ripping snakes' heads off and when he's at 1 year old. You know. But he says, okay, so we get closure from his past right at the yeah. So yeah, exactly. Like I don't, well, not closure necessarily. So kind of closure. I guess you're right, but not quite. Like to me, I want closure for like I want to honestly what I'm really after is I want to validate the choices that he's about to make and the like creating the same feeling of like that. Oh no. Something bad's going to happen. A fucking train wreck is coming towards me. There's another thing that you can do with the reader where you're basically like, do you see it? Do you see it? Oh, you see it. Oh, isn't it cool that he happens to choose, Grenader, and also he has past experience with explosive ordnance or fireworks. Don't think that could ever synchronize in that in any way? Probably not. You know, it's like, oh, I can't wait. Oh, and then you start, like, just like Bolty, when I said that, Bolty was starting to think, oh, I bet his grenades are going to be all explosive-based and stuff like that. All that fun stuff. So, like, that's kind of what I mean. That's kind of what I want. So, like, in the same sense that, the kind of, the beginning is contained within the why he is the human that he is today. But also, I like adding just that little bit of thing where even he doesn't really remember the exact moment he dies. He kind of blacks out. All he remembers is basically seeing his hands and his nails drive into the road as he breaks his nails as he pushes forward. And then it cuts to black. He only has that faint memory. But then to still have that memory where he basically was like clawing to the sidewalk, so he never gave up essentially, and that probably being the thing that got him this anyway, because motherfucker gets hit by a bus and you just happen to fucking be worth like putting in, like basically getting a do-over in a different world. Bullshit. I want, like, if I was a god and I seen some fucking asshole like step in front of a bus, they sometimes win you over by like he pushes a kid out of the way so he saves the kid, and it's like God's like, sure, I guess that's kind of sweet, I'll let you get a do-over because that was cool. I really like the idea of like a god seeing his effort and being like, I'm gonna put you in a place where your effort means something. You know what I mean? And the fact that like, even when you died, you never gave up. Like, even though you had plenty of reasons to, like, life didn't work out for you, you never fucking dropped the ball. I'll put you in a place where like people like you thrive. You know, let's do that. I like that idea. Like, to me, it makes sense, and I like the idea of like that too. When you think about a story, and like, this adds up. This makes sense. You know. Lord says, by the way, are you going to enjoy? By the way, are you enjoying the game you're playing? I'm not playing this right now. I'm just talking my ass off with Bolty about stories. Sorry, Lord. Bolty says, yeah, he keeps his memories, but in Tukamai, for example, the Dragon Girl, for example, literally could watch the movie he watched in the past. Oh yeah, no, I see that. I don't really like it. I have these things where I'm reading it as a viewer where like I don't like when it feels convenient of like, oh, your memories are gone, so now your objective is to find memories. Is that the funnest objective? Not really, not for me. I'm like, I don't really care. Why do I care about your memories? What does it matter to me? You know, like, or to me, it's much better being like, oh, he's basically, he's gonna get a skill that like 10x's his progression and damage. That's much more fun to me. How is he gonna do it? Oh, he does it in a really fucking weird way. Oh, I love that. Oh, I didn't even think about it. Of course it's gonna work that way. Yeah, because the world, they mentioned that like two chapters ago where this is like a fundamental rule of the world, and now he's gamifying. Oh, that's so fucked up. Oh, what a dirty fucker. I love shit like that. Like, that to me is much more fun and leaves me giddy about like, and again, Bolty, if you're really wanting to write some stories, I would highly advise this book. Just listen to it in an audiobook when you're working out. It's great. It's called Wired for Story. Please read it, man. I know you're sleeping right now, probably. Hey, buddy, Dreamscape Bolty. Wired for Story. Wired for Story. Wired for Story. But it tells you how human beings are wired for story, and why story means so much to us. Anyways, But that's one of the things it talks about is basically like every time like you're watching gameplay or like listening to a Game of Thrones or a story, your brain is paying attention and trying to predict what's going to happen next because it might aid you in your overall survival. That's kind of the mantra of it. But the idea is essentially you're always predicting what's going to happen next. That's why like if you watch chaos shit, it's frustrating because you can't predict what's going to happen next. It disconnects you. But that's what I like. So like if you're able to like seed the things where you're able to constantly be like, oh, again, he's a fireworks major, and he dips out on the S rank ability, not only because he sees potential within the build because of these other reasons that are valid, but also he's going to get his fucking, this is a way that he can actually use his past experience, for his own gain. Awesome. Makes sense. Also, it's a way that he basically will not give up on his dream even in this next life, which is kind of beautiful as well as, yeah, you know. Bodhi says, yeah, he keeps his memories not to look up on. I would just feel sorrow when he dies and not necessarily think of an reincarnation there. What do you mean? What do you mean? Because he probably just sees his failures and then basically ends things there from that world. What do you mean, Bodhi? I'm confused, but I would just feel sorrow when he dies, not necessarily think of well, I also think it's because like it's tough because I'm telling you just like the things that happen without explaining to you the things that I think are like the actual story, which is like the way he talks to people, like the subtle things about like the way he communicates to his parents with respect and kindness despite himself looking like a slob. You know, how much like certain instances where he's super sweet with the master who's teaching him about fireworks. Like you can easily like see things in where he's just like a good kid, a warm soul, that happened to pull out the shorthand, you know, and cries because he fails and all that stuff, but still soldiers on, which is endearing. Like I think in the nuance of communicating, I think you'd be able to make it so that the person would feel kind of bad, but that he is dying, but then. Yeah, the fact that he gets reborn in this context, I think would be okay, good, you know, like it's not just sad. Bodhi says because we probably just see his funeral then, and basically end things there from that world. Oh yeah, I'm not sure what that is referring to. Are you talking about like the normal isekai where someone just gets hit by a bus and gets depressed or like dies and yeah? Bodhi says no, I mean it like more like an achieve like he can look it up whenever he wants and see things that would help the process of craft. Yeah, no, it would. It's interesting for like a side buff. The reason why I think it's a little weird is because I like in my head I'm like, really? Does it translate one to one?
Said archive.
Yeah, like an archive. Oh yeah, it makes sense, but at the same time, a part of me is like, is it really the same? Like, surely. It's better to have a framework of how things happen, and then be able to like pay attention to this world stuff, and then adjust it. Like I would much rather him go through an arc where he goes to like a magic academy or something like that, even though it's corny because it's isekai and it's always done. But I think you do stuff that's fun that people haven't done in that genre, which is again kind of the whole premise of this. I love fucking isekai to death. I love like fantasy to death. I've also, because I love it to death, I've seen so much of it that I hate it a little bit. There's parts of me like, here we go again. Yeah, same shit. So to me, I actually do want to take a stab at the whole like school arc and actually be like, nah, this bitch be grinding, all right? And I'm gonna sink into the fact that like that can be fun. Like the fucking school arc, no, like there's a few manga and manhwa that do it really well. Where like I love the fact that they slow down and they go into like he's specializing into this thing. Anyways. But the idea that, like, our world's knowledge for explosives is one-to-one with the Mana's world for explosive stuff, I like the idea that it's not so one-to-one, so he still needs to work his ass off in this world to, like, understand, okay, I have a good framework in my brain, but I don't necessarily need all that. Also, I like the idea that I don't know if, like, the complexity of explosive ordnance is actually, yeah, I could see it being stuff across the board, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't think it's something like a trade skill. Like I don't think it'd be something like making a nuclear weapon where you need like 18 scientists to perfectly balance on this ratio of like 0.01. I think it'd be something like, okay, no, you understand that this does this, and then it'd be like trial and error, especially in a fantasy, not in the real world, but like in a fantasy where we're like, okay, this is, I think, explosive. It has the same properties as
Lone
gunpowder.
Syndicate said him honestly digging this story idea you're telling Grin. If it was an anime, I'd give it a watch, and also lol, at this rate 2 more hours will pass and we will still be winding down.
Sorry. I apologize for the wind down. I don't know about that, but Lone, the one thing I will say is I love this stuff a lot. I will say, I love stories to bits. I have like, and I don't mean, it's not like a thing, it's not a good thing. I have 100 stories in my head. I've always had stories in my brain constantly. Like, not even stories, I have worlds. Like, I don't mean that in like a cocky way. I'm talking about like, I've mapped out the functionality of this, like how, like there's a limitation based on this aspect of the world and all these weird things. But the issue is that I don't write it down. Like, I don't write them down to like, and also, that's the easy part for a lot of people. It's just like coming up with a fun concept. The idea of like plotting out everything that how the world functions and then like writing it out and actually having it like hit and resonate is something way harder. Like maybe some people have like it's harder for them to like be creative in that sense, maybe. But the writing aspect is where I'm like completely net zero. Like I'm at like grade 1. But the only way I can improve at that is by trying to write my stuff down and trying to like find out ways to convey a scene and like convey a character's emotions. So that's kind of what I want to start dipping into. But it's hard. Like, again, even right now, it's easy for me to tell you like the things I love the most, which is like, this happens and this is going to lead back to this thing and that's going to validate this and then this thing plays into that, and I want the viewer to feel this because I haven't seen that many people who do it that way, and I think these two things would have resulted in that. Like, I like that aspect of it, but the writing of it down, it's like, it's sitting there and you're like, it doesn't sound right, but I still like that part of it too. That's a good part, is that everything's fun for me. But man, maybe I should try doing that for a little bit. I think that'd be fun too. Take a break from YouTube stuff a little bit. Always stream, of course we always stream, but then maybe just focus on like writing down some story stuff and seeing if we can have fun with that. But I do think it's just about like showing up every day and writing a little bit and like rewriting and just getting better, and like also like just taking time to like, I don't really listen to fantasy novels. I probably should, so I can understand the way they phrase things and the way that like, oh, that really painted that picture really good in my head. I'll use that too. Porty says, it's good, but it's gotta be mapped out thoroughly now, and it's okay to have variations, but I think GPT will help you tremendously. You could look at my... Yeah, no, I'll check it out, but we do need to end the stream, because it's 7 p.m. It's 7 p.m. I thought we'd end it and I'd have time to do some stuff today. Well, oh, I forgot to upload a fucking short today also. Shit. Shit. Well, I'll probably be a short upload soon here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end. I love you. I appreciate you. I don't know, people like that last part of the stream where we're just talking about stories. I feel like the chat always gets pretty quiet besides me and Bolty, which I appreciate Bolty being here fighting for his life, essentially. But also Nong, I don't want to be rude. Lone's also perfectly being here. I just noticed that like we're talking about stuff in the game and then it just stops. But ladies and gentlemen, hopefully I can see you again. Again, we will be streaming whenever Caesar's banner drops.
Bolty said good night for
again,
me.
This is one of those things where I don't like to indulge too much in like storytelling stuff, but it's the only thing that I have kind of in my head that I do it automatically, and it's extremely fun for me. You did knowing that's very sweet.
Lone Syndicate
I don't like to do too much
wonderful
because
stream is always green, and I enjoy it as well.
But I do it every now and again because it just helps me for my brain's sake. Like it keeps me human almost and like happy. So like I'm happy as well as hopefully you guys are happy when we're playing games that we're all enjoying and interested in. But yeah, Lone says wonderful stream as always, Grin, and I enjoyed it as well. Thank you guys. Hopefully I can see you on whenever Caesar comes out. I think she's coming out Tuesday, but I don't know if it'll be like Tuesday at 8 p.m. But regardless, whenever she is launched, so long as it's in a good time.
Gnawing Fetus said it's all groovy,
like 8
Grin.
p.m. I'll wait till the next day to do it, and we'll do it at like 1 p.m. I'll also schedule it so you guys will figure it out. But yeah, it's all groovy, Grin. Peace out, peace, y'all. Thanks so much for by Nong. We love you, Lone. We love you, Bolty. We love you, Nong. Ladies and gentlemen, hope I can see you again, and goodbye. Bye, friends. Apparently, Nong listened into your stuff also. What? Listen? No. I think Alone was also there too. I don't want to disparage anyone. I was just saying that like, I know there's not as much movement in the chat. Maybe it's because you guys are listening, or maybe it's because you're like, I don't know what to say with this. I don't know how to respond, which is fair. Anyways, love you. Bye. I hope so too, Fluff.